Hello everyone and welcome into day 2 of the German Poker Masters. My name is Alan Finn. Some of you guys might know me from previous streams. It's been a while since I've done one of these, but I'm covering for Dan today as he was making an appearance at the Irish Poker Open in Dublin. He did manage to make day 2. I think he finished around 265th place or something like that, so nearly made day 3, but unfortunately it wasn't to be for Dan. But Dan, I have no doubt Dan is enjoying a beer up there after a decent run in the tournament. So you'll have to stick it out with me, guys, for the next 2 days. So yeah, very, very happy to be back in the booth. It's been a minute, as I said. So today we are doing day 2 coverage of the German Poker Master, And obviously we have the feature table coverage from now onwards. So yeah, looking forward to doing the commentating on this as well, guys. Just trying to get the name of the players here for the chip counts. So here we have Hadi in first place with 72 big blinds, Jules with 58, Mario, with 45, Piao with 42. I'm not going to be able to say that Dutch player's name, but I'm going to say Abidja, 38 big blinds, Roshan in sixth place with 25, FY with 25 big blinds, and just for fun at Kings with 7 big blinds. Quite the interesting name there, to say the least. Blinds starting at 50, 15 and 30k. A big blind ante of 30 as well, I believe. So we'll be playing down to the final 3 tables, I believe, guys, is usually the same situation, if I remember correctly. Still a few players to get down to that situation, but could be a long stream ahead of us for today, guys, but I am looking forward to it nonetheless. Here we have the first hand being dealt. Shuffle up and deal, as they say. Need to get this Twitch chat open here now as well, guys. Just bear with me a moment so I can see some of the stuff that has been mentioned. Always a fan of communicating with the chat. So I am. Just give me a moment here while I try and get it. FY here. Coming in for a raise with the pocket 4s, I believe. Or is the call, I should say, excuse me. As I said, it's been a while since I've done this, guys, so it might take me a chance or a moment to get used to the chip colours again. That I don't think has changed since the last time, because I do remember the same colour schemes. Yes, very, very happy to be back in the booth, and I do have the chat open beside me now as well. Piazzolo here on the cutoff. Sorry, button, I believe. We fold it around here to the small blind. Bidja, 7-4 suited. Probably going to come in for a limp. Again, these graphics are a little bit one hand behind, I should say. We do have a call. Jules is in the small blind by the looks of it. You get the big blind here checking behind. Sure, we'll get some table audio in a moment, guys. There's the flop, ace, jack, 7, 2-tone. All right, ace, ace. I mean, the graphics are incorrect again, unless my eyes are deceiving me, which I hope that is not the case. They are. For a bumpy ride. Bidja leading out the flop with the pair of 7s. FY defending the hijack. Yeah, we're going to wait for these graphics to catch up a little bit, guys, because they're definitely confusing me at the moment, unfortunately. Definitely confusing me at the moment. We do see Bidja taking it down with the pair of sevens nonetheless. That's the first hand of the stream, guys. That's the second one. Hadi getting out of the way with the 10-4 off. Figure FY here with the Jack 5 off also. Roshan here with a pretty decent hand in the hijack. Imagine he's going to at least put some money in the middle here, or VPIP, as I like to say. Does look like a raise 105. Bijad here with the King 6 suited. We're getting out of the way as well. Small blind folds, and big blind folds as well. So Roshan takes it down there with the Ace 8 suited. Fortunately, it is not Dan Bird. It is Alan. Surprise, surprise, mate. Surprise, surprise. I'm covering for Dan, mate, because he was up in the Irish Open playing the main event, possibly some other events as well, but managed to make day 2. Finished yesterday, day 3 was today. So unfortunately, he did not make day 3. He sounds so familiar. Yeah, I mean, Irish accents are pretty... not going to say... I wouldn't know how to differentiate them, but for somebody that mightn't be around Irish people too often, might be a little bit more difficult, I should say. But yeah, covering for Dan May for that reason, as I mentioned. So you'll have to stick it out with me. You'll have to stick it out with me for the next 2 days while we do the coverage of the German Poker Masters. 90k up top, I believe, for the winner, guys. 2,915 players, total runners. Huge field again. Rozvadov and Kings. Never disappoints for these tournaments in terms of runners. Here we have Hadi with 10s. We got Bijad in with the 3-bet with the Ace King suited. All very, very standards. Yeah, defo Bird, defo mate. Huge payout for a 250 buy-in. It's just unbelievable, the guarantees in Kings, man. Always when I drop on when Dan is streaming every now and again or doing the comms. There's always big guarantees made for pretty decent buy-ins. Not many places in Europe that does them that frequently, week in, week out. But Hadi now with a decision here. You can see either option being pretty reasonable here nonetheless. They are pretty deep stacked here, so I think call might be the only option. Depends on the dynamics between the two players. Might have some history. Intuitively, I do feel like calling might be the best option here, given that it is under the gun versus cutoff. Don't want to be getting too out of line here. It does look like he's making the call. We are going to go post flop. Both two strong hands, obviously. Pretty good flop for Bijad. Not really the nicest forward in terms of texture, being monotone. But Hadi's just going to be getting out of the way here, facing a bet, I would assume. Does elect to check. Pretty quick bet for Bijad. Pretty quick all-in, I should say. Not just a bet, but an all-in bet. But yeah, Hadi just going to be getting out of the way here. Not much else to do. I wouldn't even contemplate really calling 10s with a spade here. You know, 3.4 million pot jam here, or 3.4 million bet, I should say. Roughly 500-600k in the middle. As I said, even if I had 10s with a spade here, guys, I don't think I'd be flicking in a call based on those pot odds. I also don't expect Vidjad to be doing this with the nuts as well, but yeah, still just going to be a pretty easy fold, with or without a spade here, I would assume. Just thinking about it though. I gotta agree, Bird. Yeah, it's probably not really that often going to be a call here, bro. That much I do agree with. I mean, like, I'm trying to piece together. There might be some possibility with like some King Jack off with the King of Spades or something like that. That might do this line or take this line, I should say. But even then, calling tens with no spade here is super, super ambitious to say the least. But yeah, definitely, I would say intentionally unnecessary tank to say the least. He does eventually find the fold. Ijad takes down reasonable sized pot, plus 350 to a stack. Obviously 10, 11 big blinds. On to hand three we go. Revealer button missing one of the cards there. Russia in here with a pretty looking king queen suited. Elected to limp the last time. We're mixing up the players. No, this is obviously the guy with the ace 8 suited previously, where he did elect to raise. I imagine he's going to be doing the same thing here. Made a 105 the last time, something like that. I just noticed the blinds went up as well, guys. So now it's playing 20-40 with a 40 big blind ante. 40k, make that clear. Comes in for a 95k raise. 2.1 or so. Fold it around to the blinds, fold it around to the big blind. I would assume this is a defend versus close to min. I think anything bigger, closer to 2.5, but I guess a little bit more of the folding side, I'd say. I do think this is a pretty standard call. Possibly find some 3-bets versus later raise first ins, but given it is under the gun +1, I think it's just going to be a pretty clear call. Not the best board for both players here, both whiffing, as they say. He does elect to check, and Roshan checks back pretty quickly. Kind of nearly telling the opponent what his hand is there. You know, quick he acted. And he does check this turn again. Roshan is reaching for chips here. Be a pretty quick fold here by Hadi, I would assume. 40 is the bet. He does find the fold. Definitely a spot you want to be probably checking there quite a bit again on the turn. Obviously betting wouldn't be a mistake, but any kind of king, queen, ace, turn like that on that board. Always nice to have some check raises on the turn there, as them picture cards are going to usually hit the raise first in range there quite a bit, especially again when you how quickly Roshan did check back the flop. You're going to have a lot of ace highs, ace king, ace queen, king queen, queen jack, etc. It takes on the pot nonetheless. Bijad here now with the pocket rockets. Obviously going to be coming in for a raise here, that much I know. Does raise it up. Makes it quite big here. Very big actually, 3.2, 3.3, something like that. Over 3x regardless. We do see a jam here. 10-8 offsuit, obviously just for fun. At kings is quite short stack nonetheless, just decides to go with it with the 10-8 offsuit. But Mario with a bit of decision here. I'd be a little bit cautious given how big he did raise Bijad, but he does call. Does call. We have a new player joining the table as well. Getting his name soon enough. Good job with a pretty easy decision here. Beautiful, beautiful flop from Mario. Bijad just announces all in, I believe. He gets snap called by Mario. Mario didn't have much left behind, I don't believe, by the looks of it. Or should I say he did, 1.5 million. Didn't look like that from the stack. Regardless, we have a three-way all-in here, guys. Obviously, just for fun, in bad shape. Nice trap it is, all right, Bird. Bijad not in the best shape here, 24% equity. King Queen in great, great shape. Two of spades on the turn. It's a pretty good turn card for just for fun. Gives him spade outs. We go to the river. Six of diamonds. Mario scoops a huge, huge pot there. Nearly 100 big blind pot, guys. Pretty big pot there. Nearly a 4 million pot, I should say. He must have had Bijad covered by the looks of it, if I'm not mistaken. We have two eliminations there by the looks of it. I did not realize that pot was that big. Wow. Shoves it in with the aces. King Queen. Flopping the two pair. Eliminating two players just like that, guys. Bijad just went from hero to zero in a very swift moment. Huge pot for Mario there. My God. Huge, huge pot. Like that, guys, we have two eliminations from the feature table. Obviously, just for fun, was relatively short. There wasn't much you could do there. Just decided to flick it in with the 10-8 offsuit. Bijad, on the other hand, though, getting unlucky because Mario's King Queen. We'll have a new player joining the table as well, guys. I think it's Ben Maye, the German player, from the information I've been given. He'll be dealt in next hand, simply because he was dealt in when the blind. You can see there. Not like you can buy the button in a cash game, guys. As little as I play live cash, it's not like you can buy the button like you can. live environment. Mario still stacking chips from the previous hand. Hadi folding here on the button. FY here with the ace-2 suited. Definitely a playable hand here. Whether it was he wants to do with it, folding is not an option. Seems like an all-in is the decision. Roshan, I should say, is not going to be calling at 9-5 offsuit. That is for sure. Let's take it down. Takes on the blinds and ante. Yeah, guys, again, 250 buy-in, nearly 3,000 runners, 2,915 to be exact. Roughly 90k, just 91k for first place. Obviously, we were playing down to what I assume is probably the last 2 to 3 tables. Night. Obviously, final day will be tomorrow. 2:30 Central European time start. We have a lot of action to get through night alone before we talk about that. This Sven Naye, who's a new player on this table. The chip average there, guys, just 1.4 million. FY here on the button with King 8 offsuit. Was elect to fold. And 7 off here for Roshan. For this spot, you want to be limping at least, I guess. Raise and obviously an option too. Again, folding, I think, is out of the question here in this situation, blind v blind. Doesn't look like a call. Check back in the big blind. Got this 10-3-4 two-tone, guys. Roshan going out for a stab. Common strategy you see here, even from cash games that I see online. Somebody is playing a limping strategy from the small blind. They can stab pretty aggressively. The big blind does check behind. I think this probably isn't a hand you want to be peeling here. Obviously, if the 3 of clubs was the 3 of diamonds, it's a different story. Does elect to fold. Roshan does take down the pot with 9 high. Gets the better hand to fold. More active players on the table. Mr. Roshan, as of so far, 7, I think it's the 8th hand already. Hand here for Jules. Ace-10 suited under the gun. You like his card protector as well. Not sure, is it a panda? Hadi here now with the ace-5 off, elected to fold. Would be the right decision. And getting out of the way too. Imagine FY is going to be doing the same thing. As will Roshan, I guess. Pretty quick all in here. He actually wasn't knocked out. My apologies on that, guys. I just thought when he decided to leave, I thought he was gone that time, but clearly that was not the case. He is all in now this time. He was ace-10, so 70-30 here, guys. Ace-10 the favours. Still a flop, turn and river, and here we come. Ace-10 still good. Queen on the turn for Bijad. Seven of spades on the river, so Bijad gets his double up. Losing a huge pot 2-3 hands ago. Always nice to sit back down and get a double up immediately. Sitting on 13 big blinds now by the looks of it. Tournament Poker 101, guys. Chip in a chair. Sure you've heard that one before. Many stories have you heard people coming back from 1-2 big blinds. Doesn't happen too often, but when it does, momentum is key. And double up like that can really reset the whole thing again. So, sitting on 13 big blinds, plenty of maneuverability. Mario now at King 6 off. Getting out of the way. Ben here now, pocket eights. One would imagine he's going to come in for a raise here. Raise it is. 85k. I was just going to say there, you can definitely define the quality of a player or the technical ability of a player when it comes to their raise first in sizing from what I see in MTTs. Usually the guys that go for the min open, the 2.1, the 2.2, are going to be, on average, I would guess, the more experienced players. Sometimes you don't know. That's just my assumption. You'll take it down with the pocket ace nonetheless. Well played, sir. Hadi with pocket nines here, 61 big blinds. And like that one would imagine he's going to come in for a raise. In raise now, 80k. And getting out of the way of the 5-4 suited. All options are fine here from FY, in my opinion. But calling is my least preferred. A really good hand to 3-bet here. He's elect to call. Roshan though picking up the pocket jacks right behind. Interesting to see what size he goes here. What I say, something around the 250 mark. Seems good. 230, 250 range. Give some room to Hadi to potentially do something. Definitely wouldn't like to see anything more than 280 or 280, 300, but does look like a pretty big, yeah, 215 seems good. I like it. Definitely don't need to go any bigger than 3x here, I would assume. But, you know, some players might pick a bigger size in here, not realizing you do not need to go that big. He has Olo here, picking up pocket tens. There's a lot of pairs here, and he does get out of the way smartly. Well played there, bro. They're just getting all the way too. Mario's in a pretty similar spot to where Piazzolo was. There's not much you can do here. Like, I think even if you had ace queen suited, you probably have to fold as well, given the action. Under the gun opens, under the gun +2 calls, and then hijack finds a squeeze here. So ranges are pretty strong here, guys. Not really going to see too many bluff raises here, I guess. You know, you will see some, I don't know, maybe ace-10 suited, maybe ace-jack suited, stuff like that. But that's about the best. But maybe king-queen suited wouldn't be bad either. But you're not really going to see too much ace-4, ace-5 here, I don't think. Some players might. But Hadi does decide to call here. FY, in my opinion, does need to get out of the way, though. Does need to get out of the way here. I think ace-jack offsuit here, multi-way, in this pre-flop situation is performing quite badly. You know, you hit an ace post-flop, you hit a jack post-flop, you really don't know where you are. The spot can get very, very dicey. Definitely does not want to hit a jack high flop, that much we can all agree with. But yeah, I do think folding is the correct play here. Playability in this situation is just going to be performing quite badly, in my opinion. Even though you're getting an amazing price, it's just, as I said, if you hit either of your cards, you don't know if you're good. If he does flick in the call, what the hell do I know? A three-way to a flop here. Roshan cannot be happy getting called here. Oh, what a flop, guys. It could be danger for Roshan. Hadi in Dream World, flopping top, or should I say top set, full house. Technically top set, but the board is paired. I didn't even notice that board. Didn't even notice that. Even worse if FY knew that, eh? But yeah, beautiful, beautiful flop here for Hadi. Roshan for sure has to obviously bet this flop. He's to deny equity to any over to the 9 itself. Like any queen, king, or ace is going to be pretty bad for his jacks. And I believe that is an all-in. My goodness, Hadi. How nice is it to hear those infamous 2 words from a player when you've got pocket 9s on this board? Let's see how long he takes with the pocket 9s board, eh? Can guarantee it won't be as long as he took with the pocket 10s a couple of hands ago. Also, so many hands and hearts in the hand, but still 2 on the flop. Yeah. But yeah, really, really nice spot here for Hadi. Really, really nice spot. Literally could not ask for a better outcome in terms of this situation right now. The thing is, as well, Roshan probably can't be too happy about that. Just kind of hoping that he has like ace, jack, king, queen of hearts or something like that, you know. From 2 overs and a flush draw, but he's drawn pretty goddamn thin, Roshan, unfortunately. Yeah, the 4 of a kind king go might be a little bit of a sick one. Pretty unlikely, but wouldn't be the first time something like that has happened. Definitely classified that as a bad beat, but here we go for the run out nonetheless. Pretty unfortunate spot for Roshan. 8 of diamonds on the turn. 5 of spades on the river. That's Roshan eliminated, unfortunately. I mean, I don't think there's much you could do there. There was a fair amount in the pot already, guys, when it went post-flop. On the flop itself, there's probably 800k, 900k on the flop. Roshan probably had 1.1 behind, so definitely just want to probably just put that in the middle there. I mean, betting smaller than that probably wouldn't be bad either, but given that there was that much in the middle, I really don't mind the play. Just super unfortunate that Hadi basically flopped the nizzles for the most part outside of pocket threes. Hadi scoops a big one. Big one. If I'm not mistaken, I think he was already feature table chip leader. One with the stack sizes there, it looks like it. The Spen seems to have a decent stack as well. A lot of oranges. Hadi has a lot of greens and a lot of greys as well, so or whites, excuse me. Sven is around 2 million, it's around 47 big blinds. But I think Hadi had 61 before, or 59, 60 before that hand, so definitely chipped up quite a bit there in that previous hand, popping that full house nines with threes. Without getting out of the way here, 6-4 suited. Mario picking up the nines here now. Raised to min here from the small blind, which is something you don't see too often. Usually want to be making a little bit bigger out of position here. I mean, at least 2.5x, I guess. Maybe even preferably 3x. Give the big blind a worse price to call with these sort of hands, I guess. Probably still going to be a call versus 3x, I would guess. But yeah, these two stacks are pretty goddamn big. By the looks of it, obviously Mario scooped that huge pot. 2 or 3 hands into the start of this coverage, guys. So, I said Hadi was the chip leader at the start of the coverage. Mario picked up that big pot against Bijad. Hadi now picked up that huge pot to knock out Roshan as well. So, 1900 big blind stacks going against each other nonetheless. Top does go check. Great turn card for either player. But Mario does go for a stab, which I do not mind. Not a lot Hadi can do here now. He'll be forced to fold, unfortunately, and fold he shall. Mario takes down that pot. I hope everyone's doing well on this Sunday evening, guys. Happy Easter to everyone. Easter is your thing. Bank holiday here in Ireland. I'm choosing to spend my time doing this commentary, which I'm more than happy to do, by the way. Sure, always enjoy doing this when I do it. I couldn't say no to Dan when he wanted to go to the Irish Open, so what sort of friend would I be in that situation if I told him, nah, mate, you're good. You got to do this instead. I'm pretty sure he would have given me a piece if he pinked it. As if whoever has tuned in so far knows, he unfortunately did not make. I made it towards the end of day 2. I think, as I said already, 265th place, I believe. Cash for like 2.6k or something like that, or 1150 buy-in. But yeah, when he asked me to do this to cover for that reason, I was never going to say no. But anyways, Zolo, coming in for a raise here with the Ace-Jack offsuit. Mario flicking in the call here on the button, 9-7 suited. Hadi in the small blind here with 9-2 off. One would imagine one in the bin. In the bin it goes. And I would imagine the same thing with Sven. Going to be holding the King 5 off here. Suited obviously is going to be a call. I know you're getting a great price here, bro, but I'm not sure how well this plays multi-way. But maybe I could be wrong. Probably wouldn't be the worst call actually thinking about it now, but I would say it's pretty intuitively I would fold that. Heads up I would call it multi-way. Gets a little bit more on the more dicier side, I would guess. Up to 6-6-8 two-tone. Open ender for Mario. The best board for Piazzolo here. Pretty quick check back from Mario as well. Queen on the turn. Piazzolo does check here again. think Mario needs to take a stab here. Kind of needs to take a stab there. He's never going to win the pot with 9 high too often. I think Piazzolo, if he checks here and faces a bet from Mario, he should definitely be check calling, given how this hand played out. But I'm a little bit not disappointed, just a little bit surprised that Mario didn't take a stab on the turn there. He just checks back. Yeah, he definitely missed an opportunity to win that pot in the turn. I mean, Piazzolo check calls the turn there. You can probably just give up on the river, but I don't think Piazzolo is going to be too strong there when he checks twice, especially on the queen. Even if you have 9 high, probably wouldn't mind taking a stab. Here we have the chip counts again, guys. 2 huge stacks on this table. Hadi and Mario, the top 2. And Matthias and Jules then around the 47 and 68 big blind mark. Sven and Piazzolo, 44 and 46. And then FY and Bijad, 19 and 13 big blinds. Mostly big blinds and small blind, 20, 40k with a big blind ante of 40k itself. Yeah, guys, with 2,915 runners in this tournament for a 250 buy-in, guys. Huge tournament, huge field. Ridiculous guarantee. All players today coming back to day 2 are all guaranteed in the money. It's always a nice feeling. I just spin it up after that. I'll try to at least. But as of right now, there's 96 players remaining. Average chip stack is 1.5 million for now. We have this new player here, Matthias Lachey. I'll just go with Matthias for now because that's a little bit easier to pronounce for me anyways. Either way, in seat number 8, replacing just for fun at Kings. Coming in for a raise here nonetheless with the Ace King offsuit from the hijack. Hadi here with Jack 5 suited on the button. Contemplating something. Just elect to fold. Then Queen 9 off here. Can't really be doing much as well, just getting out of the way. FI, probably, I mean, it's a pretty big race first in here for Matthias as well. Like, this is kind of what I was talking about, you know, versus a min open here. It's probably going to be a pretty easy call versus 2.1 to 2.5. It's probably still going to be a call. Face close to 3x, guys, this gets a lot more less appealing, to say the least. Again, intuitively, I kind of feel like this is going to be a fold versus this sizing scheme, and it is going to be a fold from FY. Yeah, I'll be totally honest with you guys, not going to be well versed accurately in terms of what you should be defending versus min, 2.1, 2.3, 2.5, 3x, etc. Totally intuition based there, but you know, when you're off 16 big blinds there, you definitely don't want to be over investing with relatively marginal hands like that, I suppose. You want to be a little bit, want to tread carefully in them situations, you know, invest two extra big blinds there. Miss the flop, have to check fold, down to 14 big blinds. Make another decision like that 2 or 3 times, you don't have much left behind, so every decision like that matters. But here we have Bijad, pocket jacks, open shoving, around 12, 13 big blinds by the looks of it. Pretty quick folds here, but Hadi picking up the infamous pocket 9s, asking for a count. I would guess he is going to call this. As long as nobody wakes up with anything behind, he's going to get the bad news. But Bijad has pocket jacks here. I gotta admit, like, Bijad has picked up some pretty strong hands so far on this feature table. A lot of premiums. Obviously got done over with the pocket aces against Mario's King Queen earlier on. Still picking up the strong hands nonetheless. And he's still just deliberating what to do here. I mean, obviously we all know he's going to call, at least. Maybe just deciding whether he wants to make a slight 3-bet or just make a 3-bet size in itself. Just to isolate Bijad. But I still think it's a big enough kind of all in here that maybe he can just call and not really have to worry about somebody overcalling behind. Was a smaller all-in, you might be more inclined to, 3-bet to isolate, but it's a 12, 13 big blind all-in here, so don't think you have to worry too much whether the players overcall him behind. But it is going to go to a heads-up all-in here, guys. Jacks V9s here, which I'd be happy to see. Hadi has an underpair, 4-1 favours. Off we go, guys. Well, it's a pretty good flop for Bijad, to say the least, lads. And a pretty good turn. Dead on the turn. Amazing. Well, nice to have no sweat there. Usually there is a sweat. Not so much in that situation. Nice hand, Bijad. Under spot nonetheless, lads. But yeah, nice to basically have the pot locked up on the flop. Avoid a sweat. If you didn't definitely have it locked up on the flop, definitely locked up on the turn, that's for sure. Just like that, lads, Bijad is up on 20 plus big blinds, probably even 25, 26 big blinds at this stage after that last pot. It was, what, 5, 6 big blinds, probably 5, 6, 7 hands ago, there or thereabouts. Just like that. Tournament Poker 101, lads. Spin it up, as they say. I think Hadi can afford to lose 13 big blinds from that big ass stack that he has, in fairness. I don't think he'll lose too much sleep over that hand. Matias coming in here for a raise, and we see him making it smaller here, 90k. I mean, I don't know if players will observe that on the feature table. Obviously, I can see the specific numbers here, so it makes my assessment a little bit more accurate, I suppose. We did make it 110 with the ace king, it makes it 90. The weaker hand, technically. Still a more than good enough hand to open, but there's a sizing difference in terms of hand strength. Piazzolo here, though, deciding ace-4 suited here. Definitely grabbing some chips here, and that looks like a 3-bet to 300k, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 300k, so I am figuring out the color chips pretty easily, thankfully. There's probably a command in chat that could just help me out there. He does get the fold here, so well played by him. Pretty quick fold from Matthias. No tanking from that guy. Man respects the tournament clock. A nice 3-bet there nonetheless. The ace-4 suited. You see other players maybe contemplating calling that from the small blind as well. I'm definitely one of those guys that would probably 9 times out of 10 prefer to take a more aggressive action. Obviously, MTTs had to be a little bit more careful because, I play cash games predominantly and mostly online. And, obviously, whether you're playing live or online cash, you can obviously just rebuy immediately if you lose a stack. Whereas a tournament, you definitely got to pick your spots and be pretty confident and not become biased in the decision you make. See Mario limping in here. Somewhat unorthodox. Getting involved. A lot of cold calling. Stuff like that. Ace Queen though. Probably elect to raise myself. You see FY here. Flicking in the rest of his chips for the 12 big blinds with the ace-10 offsuit. Work out pretty well from Mario here. I do not blame FY for doing this, by the way. One would never expect somebody to be limping a relatively strong ace here from early formation. Difference is if Mario opens here, FY might not end up raising all in here potentially. We wouldn't know. We'll never know. A very easy call here from Mario if it does fold around to him. It does look like that's happened. Getting a count here now. Don't think Mario has too much of a decision here. I think the call will be made. All it is. Off we go again, guys. So many all-ins here. I love this. I never see this online. Playing cash. Yeah. 3-1 favourite here. Or should I say 2-1 favourite? Mario. 67%. Jack high flop. Both players have a good shot, but ace queen still in the lead. If I need a queen. 7 of spades won't do it. Queen and a queen only. 10, no good. We lose FY, unfortunately. Probably the third elimination from this feature table, if I'm not mistaken. Dropping like flies, guys. Unfortunate run for him. Well, still a pretty decent run out of 3,000 players or 2,900 players for FY. Definitely not one you can complain about. You can see Mario stacking and stacking again. Haven't seen him lose many pots, except that 9-7 hand, the one that comes to mind. Outside of that, stacking them. Stack just seems to be getting bigger. Probably the chip leader at this table now at this stage. I know Hadi and himself are pretty close, but Hadi lost that pot with 9, so I do think Mario does. Probably the 10 or 15 big blind chip lead at the moment. Obviously not a lot, but you see the blinds going up here again now, lads. 25, 50. The big blind ante of 50 as well. 50k, that is. Hadi now coming in for a raise with the ace queen off. And getting out of the way. Zolo here now with a pretty looking ace king suited. 3-betting. It's the sort of hand Hadi could find a 4-bet with, but you might not want to bother. It's hard to say. It'd be very player dependent if you wanted to decide to 4-bet this as a bluff. Again, I'm just kind of won by my tendencies of the more aggressive kind of play style. From a cash game perspective. Again, like that, different ball game altogether in this situation. But I would put a lot of pressure on Piazzolo here, finding a 4-bet. Just depends what his perspective is of him. We tend to call regardless. All options are actually running through his head right now. Hard to say which one is right or wrong in terms of the 3 options. He's a 4-bet. I like this guy. Obviously he's running into it this time, but does not make the play wrong. I think it's one of those hands that you don't really want to be calling too often out of position. Especially when you are under the gun +1, you're going to have a relatively strong range most of the time. Given that you block the continuing range and also block the value. Ace queen here, but as I said, unfortunately, he's going to get the bad news here from Piazzolo. Does 5-bet all in here. Hadi. Unfortunately, he's going to lose a few more chips, but does not make the play wrong. Pretty good play. As we saw previously, we did see Piazzolo find a 3-bet with ace-4 suited. It was not impossible that he does it with king-jack here or anything like that. King-jack suited, that is, king-10 suited. Another ace-4, ace-5 here again. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, he's going to have to fold here, I would say. But I do not mind the play at all. He's thinking about it though. I mean, chips are pretty precious right now, especially off that stack size. Really don't think you want to be flicking in, what, another 20 to 25 big blinds here with this hand. Probably be a tad bit ambitious, I would say. We do see Hadi think about these spots probably more so than somebody else. Someone else's perspective, this might be a very easy call for Hadi. I have this issue that the longer I think about something, the more excuses I end up finding to call, and that's not a good habit to be in. My intuition is telling me from the get-go to do one option. I tend to roll with that. But yeah, getting the bad news here facing a 5-bet jam, I'm like, okay, I'm out of here. But as I said, the longer you end up thinking about it, the more excuses you can potentially find to call, which will be pretty bad in this situation. What I'm really hoping for here, like pocket tens, pocket jacks, that's about it. And he does elect to eventually find the fold. As I said, I like the play. I really do. It's a nice hand to do it. Blocking the continuing range, blocking value. Seems like a solid move. Which, as I said, sometimes you're going to make that move and just run into a hand, but that's okay. It is what it is, as we say here in Ireland. It is what it is. It is what it is. Piazzolo taking down a big pot there. Definitely chipped up. Finding the 3-bet there. The ace-4. Taking down that pot and now taking down a big-ass pot there also against Hadi. Chips are definitely being exchanged on this table. That is for sure. See Hadi picking up another pocket pair here. Pocket pair city for Hadi this evening. Coming in for a raise. Or is it a raise? It is a raise, 100k. So yeah. Now I know the 100ks are, or sorry, the white chips are 100k. Greens are 25. I'm guessing the oranges are going to be 50. As I said, there's probably a command in chat there to validate that. But I like to figure this out. Makes the time go quicker. You see Sven here now with ace-8 suited. Definitely not a bad 3-bet hand here. Obviously having an ace here is obviously good, but don't know if you want to pick on Hadi after what happened previously. Might be ill-advised, possibly. Piazzolo picking up the king 10 suited here. I mean, I imagine this is a pretty good cold call hand here in this situation. He does decide to fold. Again, like that, some of the players might elect to call there, and I don't think it would be bad. I imagine from cut-off it would definitely be a call. Button, without a doubt. Hijack can probably become a little bit closer, I guess. Just fold around to Mario. Mario's got the ladies. Mamacitas. Just elects to call. This guy is full of the traps. Limps ace queen off. Just cold calls pocket queens. Dicey board for pocket queens without a heart though. Worst flop for Hadi, in fairness. Definitely would not mind the bet because sixes here for sure. It needs a bunch of protection versus any two overcards. Given that you do have a heart, you do have extra equity. His elected bet looks like 125. Pretty quick call from Mario. Was that a check raise? Excuse me. Not the call, apologies. And the diamonds on the turn. Check. I think Hadi's going to check back here to realise equity. He'll be ahead of some random king queen offsuit with a heart here, king jack offsuit with a heart, stuff like that. Does elect to bet here. I'd be a little bit more inclined to check back there with that hand. You know, there isn't many. Not like there isn't worse hands that'll call. I don't think there's that many. And Mario finds a raise here. This man is very unorthodox. And this is the problem with betting this. Like, I'm not going to say this is going to happen much of the time or you know, like that frequently. But when it does, it's horrible. Because you kind of have to bet fold this hand here now. Which is obviously a huge negative in terms of not realizing equity on the river with this hand. Like as I said, on the turn, deciding whether or not you should bet here, in my opinion, is there really that many hands, worse hands that will call? This is just putting money in the middle here, guys. This is really burning money here. I'm not really a fan of Mario's raise here. He does get there on the river. Mario snap checks, and I assume Hadi's going to check back here as well. This pot should not have gotten this big. Never should have gotten this big. And Hadi probably cannot believe his eyes. Cannot believe his eyes. That should not have gotten that big on the turn, lads. Respectfully, in my opinion. Just should have went check, check, turn, check, check, river. And not balloons on the turn like it did, where basically 1.4 million in chips went in on the turn. Very debatable. I mean, it probably just should have went 3-bet fold pre-flop as well, for the most part. A lot of strange moves in that situation there in that hand. A lot of things happened that probably shouldn't have happened. Calling queens like that from big blind definitely should not have happened. I doubt. I'm not doubt. I'm pretty confident that it shouldn't have happened. But Hadi does take some chips off Mario. Goes around to the button here. He has a king queen offsuit. More than good enough to open on the button here. Open he shall. Hadi now is 7-4 off. Not really a great hand here, but for another big blind. This is what I mean. There's a big difference between facing a min open and facing a 2.5 or 3x. 7-4 off, you can obviously defend versus min, but anything bigger probably is going to be pure folding. Check, check, flop here. 9 of clubs on the turn. Might end up going check, check again. Hadi might take a stab, but he decides not to. He just does check back. I wonder, will Hadi take a stab here? Like, I really wouldn't mind like a super small bet here, like 80k would be so nice. Just to try and target the king jack or king highs or stuff like that, you know. Doesn't bet, unfortunately. Yeah, that's the problem, like, because you're never going to win with 7-4 here. And, like, you just don't have to bet that much for it to be profitable, like, for a small bet on the river there. You know, if you bet, like, 25% there, it only has to work, I don't know, 22, 23% of the time there. It's really not a bad play. And if you ever get a fold there, where he might fold king high, for example, you're making a lot of money on average. I really wouldn't mind just taking a small stab there on the river, because if you check, you're never going to win. You're never going to win there. There was 300k in the middle, lads. It's worth something, you know. Toby Weir here, our new player at the table. 15 big blinds. Deciding to fold the Jack-10 suited by the looks of it. The Piazzolo here now with another, well, not another one, but his turn to have ace-queen off. It looks like he's coming in for a raise. Good job of 9-2 off, getting out of the way. Jules getting out of the way as well. He is folding also. Mario cold calling here on the button. The man loves his button. Ace 7 suited. Hadi now in the small blind again. Not a hand you want to be playing here, and I know he knows that. Let's fold. Again, probably mostly calling here for Sven. There is a possibility of 3-betting here, but stacks are pretty big here. Don't think you really want to balloon in a pot with King Queen offsuit here too often. He is looking up stack sizes here, but I assume just calling here is going to be the play, I would guess. We go 3-way to the flop here, guys. King 2-2. Then does flop top pair. Good kicker. Piazzolla might find a bet here. It's a pretty dry texture. King is obviously very good for his range. I'm not surprised he does find a bet here. Mario's going to be getting out of the way. Sven, not so much. Does elect to call. Bit of clubs on the turn. Doesn't really change much. Jansen really. Pretty much a blank. And Piazzolla does decide to check back. And I imagine Sven should be betting this river. Can't imagine Piazzolla calling as well when Sven does check call the flop here. I mean, what does he really think he's going to be calling with? That ace queen is ever ahead of. Not a whole lot, I would say. I would fold here. Like the only hands are like maybe some ace jack, ace 10 suited that he just decided to cold call pre-flop. That's what I'm kind of thinking about here. But I do think that would just rather check the river than turn it into a bluff. So outside of that, I can't really see what ace queen is ahead of here. He just decides to fold. Sven takes down a 400k pot. Not too shabby. But yeah, can't really see ace queen being ahead there often, if ever. Like even if you had some pocket pairs on the flop there, they're probably not going to bet the river. But yeah, probably never ahead there, I would guess. Even though it might be tempted to call there, but yeah, I don't think he's ever good. Pretty looking ace queen suited here for Bijad. Does elect to open jam. Might be slight overkill of that stack size, in my opinion. But might look weaker to some players, potentially. But probably going to get a fold here a lot, I would guess. 20 big blind stack here, you can definitely just min raise off that. Not open jammer for 20. Pretty strong from under the gun +1 as well in that situation. Don't have Hadi's cards here by the looks of it. I'm kind of stuck on Mario. Hadi, whatever, had Jack 8 suited. Spain here now. Again, not going to be investing anything. Bobby probably taking the same decision. He does fold. Bijad does take down the pot, blinds and the antes, as they say. Here again we have the chip counts, guys. So we see Hadi, 72 big blinds, Mario just behind with 67, Matthias and Piazzolo 46 and 55. Ben and Jules in 43 and 35, and then Bijad and Toby 13 and 23 big blind itself. The blinds currently are still 25 and 50k, with big blind ante of 50. Yeah, guys, 2,915 runners in this tournament, 90k, 91k I think up top, excuse me. Pretty good for a 250 buy-in. Pretty good for a 250 buy-in. Still a lot to play for. Tons of players left in the field with 81 players, excuse me. Average stack around that 1.8 million mark. See Bijad coming in for a min raise here with the ace 10 offsuit this time. Matthias waking up with ace king offsuit. I thought he's going to be coming in for a 3-bet. Does select a 3-bet. Mario getting out of the way with the ace jack. Golden. Golden as well. Well, getting out of the way too, I'd imagine. And I imagine Bijad is going to be mucking these cards as well. Unless we see some out of line play. All-in is out of the option anyways, for sure. There's not an option, I should say. He's thinking about it though. He's thinking about it. Does find the folds. Definitely the right play. He's taking down the pot. 3-bet. Pretty deep-ish stacks at this table as well, guys. Half the table is what? Probably the plus 50 big blind mark. Plenty of maneuverability, plenty of playability, whatever way you want to phrase it. I mean, I've done comms on this before, guys, and I've seen people maneuver pretty well off 10, 15 big blind stacks. And, you know, if you're an experienced player I'm not saying I've studied this format, but I'm well aware that there's plenty of maneuverability that I've saw on commentating on 10, 15 big blinds, final tables and stuff like that, where people have that stack size. You know, obviously ICM is a factor in them situations, but you know, even around that 10, 15 big blind mark, you still have plenty of time, plenty of moves in your arsenal. Mario limping in here, ace-6 suited. We did see him doing this previously with ace-queen off. I'm sure players will possibly remember that. It wasn't too long ago that it did happen. Then, won't mind if he has ace-queen this time. He's got the ladies. I would imagine Mario is probably a player now that if he gets raised here or faces a raise, he is never limp folding something like this. What I would assume. As long as the raise size isn't completely, you know, massive. We have another new player sitting at the table, guys. I will get his name in a moment, but I do think it's Sylvan is the correct name. Ujal, if I said that correctly. French is not my first language. Not even a language from me, if I'm being totally honest with you. Just about to speak English. But yeah, French player, Sylvain Puyol. Pujol, maybe. I'll just go with Sylvain because that one I'm confident with. But anyways, back to the action here. We get a raise here for 180, and Bijad, excuse me, was cold call from the big blind, and Mario, as predicted, does limp call with this hand. See what happens here. 10-6 king. Bijad and Mario top and bottom pair. Backdoor flush draw going on for Mario here. Not much else going on for Bijad, but obviously Sven here having an underpair to the king. Probably worth a bet here. I mean, you definitely do not need to bet anything probably bigger than 150 here, I would assume, given that it is multi-way. 175 is what he does decide to go with. Do not need to bet much bigger than that, simply to get folds from hands like this. And Mario does decide to get out of the way, so Sven does take down a 435k pot. Well played, in my opinion. Happy to see that he did decide to c-bet that board there and not check it back. Pretty good board for his raising range nonetheless. But yeah, nice to get two folds there and just take down the pot without any aggression in return after betting. Hood and shades on Sylvain. Sylvain as well. I do apologise, guys, if I'm butchering these names. I've no doubt there are some Irish names of people that some people would struggle with as well. So I'm not going to say give me a break, but give me a break. or cut me some slack is more accurate one, I'd say. But anyways, see Mario here limping again. So it's gone from ace-queen offsuit to ace-6 suited to 9-8 offsuit. All from early formations or early positions. That's quite interesting. Again, players on the table won't know that, but how nice is it to sit down at the feature table to pick up ladies from the get-go? Pretty nice, I would say. See what size he goes here now. He would have been at the previous hand here when he just sat down, so he knows that Mario is limping. Probably might have the impression it's somewhat of a wide range, possibly. But either way, making a 200k here. Toby. They probably folded there, seems like the right play also. Might be a bit tempted to think that Sylvain might be isolating a little bit wider there. But yeah, probably just fold the A7 there seems correct. Jules here though. Might want to flick in a call here with implied odds. I mean, obviously he doesn't know that Sylvan has ladies here, but 32 big blinds, 45 might be tempted, but so funny that, you know, Jules decides to fold pocket fives there, but Mario still decides to limp call the 9-8 offsuit. Been an okay flop for Jules with the pocket fives. Decent board, but hindsight is great. Pretty bad board for Mario. Sylvan probably won't be too happy with this board either. He does elect to check back, I should say. Jack on the turn here. We saw Mario being relatively passive post-flop with these sort of like zero equity hands and just low equity hands in general. He does decide to take a stab here this time, which I don't mind, but probably wouldn't be in this hand with 9-8 offsuit here, guys. Let's be real. Obviously a pretty clear call here for Sylvan. Maybe even a raise, it looks like. Or seems to be a call. All it is. Go to a river here. Pretty bad river for Mario to bluff here. Obviously what Sylvan is going to be calling the turn here probably won't be folding the river that often. He is grabbing for chips here. I mean, like, you just kind of hope that he has, like, king, queen of diamonds here, ace, queen of diamonds, ace, jack, or like, not ace, jack, obviously, but ace, x of diamonds that's going to fold, but this is the thing I don't like. I mean, not going to get that many folds there. Might end up bluff catching some ace high as well sometimes, you wouldn't know. Because, I'm not going to say Mario's repping pretty thin there, but on a paired river like that, if he has some two pairs, they get counterfeited, so his value range becomes a lot more condensed, I would say. But yeah, like, I mean, shouldn't really be in the hand in the first place. Shouldn't really be in the hand itself. He does lose some chips there. Unnecessarily, in my opinion. Still got plenty of chips to play with. I think he still has 40 to 45 big blinds, so far from over for Mario. Yeah, 44 is what it is at the moment. And he does limp in again. Man has no stop button, I should say, when it comes to this. I was going to say patience, but kind of seeing three hands in a row like that limping. You can see Hadi, though, raising the pocket tens here. Sven waking up with the ace-king offsuit. Again, like this, Hadi, given that he is under the 1+1, it's not going to be too out of line in terms of what he does isolate here with so many players behind. Obviously, when Sven 3-bets here, it's going to be the same thing. You're looking at under the gun +1, and then finally under the gun +2. The ranges again in these situations, in these formations, are going to be pretty strong with very little bluffs that often. Not really a light range or wide range, whichever way you want to phrase it. Catching up with some of this stuff here as well on chat, guys. I had an issue with the thing not refreshing too quickly, but I'll comment on that now because I'm just catching up with some of the chat. But Sven does decide to 3-bet here. Decide to 3-bet. Assume this time Mario is going to be getting out of the way. I'm just seeing here, I still can't pronounce. I think that's yeah, that's going to be Saoirse, I would say. Bingo. Saoirse Ronan. We all butcher names. Thanks for making me feel not so bad about this. Orange or 5K. Hadi has a bit of a decision here. Pretty dicey spot here to 4-bet. I imagine we had a very similar spot like this earlier on in the stream. The player that he was in the other hand against is, I think, knocked out right now, was eliminated. A similar spot here, mostly if only just want to be calling here at these stack depths, I would say. Yeah, guys, that chat should be okay again now. It seemed to be disconnecting and reconnecting, but now it seems to be good. I do see a lot of previous chats. In Alan the man there, bird. Drop us 9 high here for Hadi. Pretty decent board. Sven is definitely going to have the overpair advantage here. Not like Hadi possibly can't have jacks here, by the way. Probably never really has queens, I would say. Point I'm trying to get at here, Sven is going to be c-betting this board quite often. Guarantee you one thing, Hadi is not going to be folding for one. He does elect to go for 375k, which is around the 30-40% mark, I would guess. Maybe a little bit less even. It's like what, 1.2 million in the past? Yeah, so about that 30% mark, 30-35. Yeah, again, just going to be a pretty standard call here. Do not really see any need to raise. Although that decision could cross his mind, but does elect to call. Does elect to call. Five of spades comes in the turn here. Check again. Ben probably has to get the idea now that Hadi has something reasonably strong. But given he has the king of spades here, I wouldn't mind double barreling this. I mean, checking back would not be a mistake either. He does end up checking back, which I probably would do myself. I mean, not like he needed it for the most part, but still, what a nice feeling it is, regardless, to hit that 2-outer to guarantee yourself this pot. Now, I don't think you can go too big here, because you have to think about Sven's range here when he does check back the turn. And it's for sure most of the time going to be some ace king, ace queen here. So you got to be trying to target that, in my opinion. And if you had some, I'm not going to say if you ever have like 8-9 suited or something like that, you know, you want to kind of go for a small bet here. Like, I know you got the nuts here, but as I said, when Sven checks back the turn there, he's going to be extremely capped, because I don't think he really ever checks back the overpairs on the turn. So, you know, it's going to be mostly ace high, and this is just not going to call that. It's just not going to call that. Like, I'm talking about betting like 400 or 500k on the river here to just try and get called by them hands. You know, make his life a little bit more difficult, because now jamming all in here, like, not going to get called. You're just not going to get called. And like, this is kind of maybe, I actually think this is a mistake here, because as I said, I just don't think Sven is going to have the check back over pairs on the turn here ever. Like rarely. I actually don't think ever, to be totally honest. But yeah, had he run so well, but he overplayed some hands, he could have got way more chips. Yeah, I mean, as I said, Bird, I do think betting smaller on the river there, because as I said, I do think most of the time Sven is going to have them ace highs. You do want to like try and get value from them, or at least make his decision a little bit more difficult in terms of trying to get value from that, or just like, you know, at least let him think about it. Just when you face the all in there, it's like you're never really calling anything, I would guess. Especially when the turn goes check check, you know. But that's Hadi hitting what, two two outers so far, 26 hands in. I forget what the odds are of that happening, but definitely not. It's definitely not supposed to happen twice in 26 hands, I would guess. But yeah, nice to run good in them spots. It's definitely nice to hit those two outers on the river. Guarantee yourself a pot. Ball around to Matthias here in the small blind who limps in with the jack two off. Mario swiftly checks behind. Or he does actually raise, excuse me, and just take down the pot. Funny there because Matthias did flick in the call there pretty quickly. Didn't really look like a strong hand. So don't blame Mario for finding that ISO there against the limp. And picking up a pretty nice looking hand here. Jack 10 suited, UTG. We've been getting all the way with the 10-8 off. Probably been a bit card dead on this table so far, unfortunately. Not a lot I can do about that. Jad here getting all the way with the ace, or sorry, king 7 offsuit too. Rules the same. See Matthias start grabbing some raisin chips. Ace 4 offsuit, more than good enough to open on the button here. So he does make it that a little bit bigger there. It seems to deviate between the kind of 130, 2 to 2.1, 2 to 2.3, etc. He does take it down. Lines and the antes. They do add up, guys. They do add up quite a bit. Especially when it's folded around to you on the button. Not going to say you should be getting out of line, but definitely be expanding your raise first in range to try and take down those chips in the middle. As I said, ace 4 offsuit is more than good enough in that situation. Another dead hand for Toby. Fortunate. But still, 10 big blinds, guys, as I said previously. Still can survive another couple of orbits. One double up to your plus 20 big blinds. Not going to say you're in the comfort zone then, but you're in a hell of a lot of a better situation than you were previously. If you double up, I mean. Man just has to be patient. Mario here, coming in for a raise here by the looks of it with the 10-4 offsuit. Kind of going back to what I was saying previously, you want to be for sure expanding your raise first in range. Don't know what I go as far as 10-4 off, but these tournaments, guys, they're definitely worth something. These chips in the middle. Yeah, I would agree, Bird, as well. That was a tight fold with the Jack 10 suited. Jack keeps disconnecting, man. It's kind of annoying on Twitch. Not much I can do about it because I like to respond immediately when messages do come in on chat itself. Just reconnect and disconnect, whatever that is about. But anyways, Sven here. This is going to be obviously still be a call here versus 3x. You know, king 7, king 8 offsuit will probably be a fold. But king 10 here versus this sizing scheme has to be a call. Might honestly be a 3-bet sometimes. I wouldn't say that would be a bad thing either, but never folding, obviously. This is Mario coming out for a c-bet here. Spend here, obviously an easy call, at least. Having the 10 of diamonds here is extra backdoor equity itself. Obviously has a good shot regardless, 1 over. I'd be tempted to raise here with this hand. Definitely at least calling, as I said. Turn goes check, check here. We just have a mandatory bluff. We do have some, Mario does turn some showdown value with 4. He does check back pretty quickly here. I do think we have to bluff here from Spen's perspective because, I mean, again, you just don't win that often here. Like, again, you will get locked up here with 9x, check back Jack X, but he does check, man. He's trying to get the bad news with the 10-4 off. Won't be too happy to see that, I guess. Won't be too happy to see that. Bit of an annoying one. It's always them spots where I'm like, you know, if I bet there, how often are they going to fold? And I think in that situation, guys, they actually fold more than you would imagine. Not saying he would have folded at that time. It's not an easy call there with a pair of 4s versus the bet on the river. It wouldn't have to be big as well. Like anything from 30 to 40% is probably going to be a good sizing. Still value bet like probably 9x there on the river, I would say. I'm pretty confident about it. You know, stuff like queen 9 offsuit, if he has that, or queen 9 suited, for example, probably still a good enough bet on the river there. Like king 9 and ace 9 is definitely going to be a bet, I would say. Probably even go smaller, 20% probably wouldn't be bad either. It's just if they ever have air in that check back situation there, which they will on the turn quite a bit, especially big blind versus button there most of the time. But anyways, Mario here winning for a raise for 125. Being here, betting on it to call with the Jack 7 offsuit, does elect to do so. You see the blinds going up to 30 and 60k here, guys. I've noticed that there now. Just a slight raise over min. 60 big blind ante as well. Sylvan does decide to check. Mario is grabbing betting chips. With 175, the exact same size and he used in the previous hand. Sylvan having the Jack of Spades here. Obviously extra backdoor equity again. For sure a call. Does elect to do so. Misplays in the turn. Backdoor equity does come in on the turn. But imagine Mario is checking back pretty swiftly and does not like to wait around with his decisions. So I'm doing the exact same thing in the previous hand. And Sylvan does decide to check, and he is going to end up winning this pot. Seems to be standard from both there, I would guess. Here we have Vijad often jamming. Ace-8 offsuit. All around to Sylvan in the small blind. Bobby in the big blind with another unfortunate hand, to say the least. And he's going to be forced to fold. Vijad does take down the pot, the blinds and the antes. Here we have the chip downs again, guys. Hadi still leading the way. Sylvan with 64 big blinds. Matthias and Mario in third and fourth with 39 and 50 big blinds. Piazzolo and Jules in fifth and sixth. Sven and Bidiat. Sorry, this name is so, I kind of struggle to say this name. But yeah, into eighth place. Bijad, excuse me. But yeah, 30, 60, and 60. Lines, guys. Big blind ante of 60. Bijad, one in the middle here, again with the ace king offsuit. Jules with the ace 10. All I can do here to accept this fold. We shall. Around Sven here again. Not going to be doing anything else such as folding. Sylvan here now. In the middle. Bobby might be getting a little bit annoyed at this stage. Seems to be. Sees the shaking of the head. I feel you, bro. I really, really do. Because I'm seeing what you're getting. And it is not great, to say the least. I'm honestly feeling his impatience. Or annoyance, I should say. In terms of the poor hands he's getting. He has not picked up one hand so far on this table. I do not remember one. I'm not sure about you guys, but I definitely do not. Does feel stacked just dwindling. But as I said, one double up, even though he is on 8 big blinds right now. Double up, he's on 15 or 16. It doesn't feel so bad then. Double up after that. Now you're pretty happy. But yeah, he is here with 9s. Going for the raise. Actually slowed down a little bit. Fairly fast pace there. The first whatever, 20, 25 hands, a lot of stuff going on. Last 5 to 8 hands. Sure slowed down a little bit, but it is MTT poker, guys. Or it is tournament poker, I should say. It can all change very, very quickly. I see Toby waking up with a 9-2 offsuit. I respect the patience, but at the same time, it's not like he kind of has some like King Jack offsuit that he just like puts it in the middle. He's just literally has not had a hand to make any move except just fold. See Bijad here, Ace-3 suited, bending. Not the nicest board here for Matthias, but pretty decent for his overall range, I would say. He does elect to bet, which I like. Not a lot Bijad can do here, especially in these positions. I mean, it's probably going to be a fold versus any, even if it was big blind versus button, for example, but for sure, big blind versus early formation or just early positions, it's definitely going to be a fold here. You have some backdoors, but yeah, of that stack size, not going to be over investing in that situation. Matthias taking down that pot. Not the first one he's taken down on this feature table. Somehow suspect won't be his last either. He's a pretty competent player. And number 33 now, guys. About nearly 2 hours into this feature table coverage of the German Poker Masters. 2,915 players entered, guys. We are down to 71. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe we are playing down to the last 3 tables or something like that. That's what usually happens, I believe. Around the 27 player mark. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's just what I remember from previous ones. Sometimes the last 16 or not, I'm not too sure either, but yeah. Still have plenty of action to watch, I should say. Sylvan here, coming in for the raise. Jack getting out of the way. Usually King 4 suited here versus a min open. It's probably going to be a defend, I would assume. Just flicking the call. Flop is queen high. Suits on. Queen 9-7. Pretty nice flop for Sylvan. But unfortunately, Jules did not catch a piece. Well, this will just be a bet fold, unfortunately. Always nice to flop a set on a pretty wet board, but also very disappointing when the cards from your opponent goes in the middle too. But not much more you can do from Sylvan's perspective. You always see dollar signs or euro signs, whichever way you want to phrase it, in terms when you do flop a set. And you go from a very high to a very low pretty swiftly when you see the fold. But as I said, that's something you can't control. Bet your hands, hope he has something, and start building a pot. Then picking up the ladies. We've seen the ladies quite often on this table, more so than any other pocket pair. Pocket nines we saw a good bit of as well. Some pocket tens, but queens, from my perspective, we've seen it quite a few times. Sven is going to come in for a raise here. Getting out of the way. So we can totally pick up a hand here. I mean, it's better than 6-2 off and 9-2 off, I guess. Still the same decision. You see Piazzolo here. Picking up the ace-queen suited. And again, I see calling and raising being all viable options here. Folding, again, is obviously out of the question here. Seem to be raising for, or sorry, reaching, excuse me, for the 100k ones, and it is a 3-bet. I imagine Sven is just going to be saying the infamous words of all in. It does come around to him, eventually, excuse me. Unless somebody else picks up a hand. Jules is not going to be doing anything with 9-2 off. Nor will Matthias. Yeah, I mean, 19 big blinds here. No other move here except all-in ski. If Piazzolo now is going to be folding, well, maybe not swiftly, but will be folding for the all-in here. He does reach for the all-in. Was announced all-in, excuse me. Yeah, again, just probably have to call like ace-queen suited here, but ace-queen off I can't imagine is going to be a call here. We'll think about it, but I imagine the conclusion he's going to come to is fold. Again, like that, this is roughly 15, 16 big blinds or so. That in itself is worth something right now, where ace queen off against this range, I would guess, in terms of equity. It can be close, but as I said, 15, 16 big blinds at this stage of the tournament really, you know, keep your head above water for a longer period of time, and hopefully just being up against some jacks or tens. As I said, ace queen suited there, you probably have to call. Ace queen off, 3-bet fold seems like the correct play. That's exactly what happened. So well played, both players there. Actual 4 rounds of Sylvan here. He does get out of the way with the ace-2 off as well. Albeit with another miserable 9x offsuit. Must be super annoying to come to a feature table, come onto the live stream, strong ambitions, feeling confident, last 70 players of the tournament, and literally not pick up a hand for about 2 hours. Well, maybe an hour to an hour and a half. But again, that variable is out of your control, to be fair. Can't really do much about card distribution. Things you can control in that situation are just your patience. You just wait for the spot to come, because it will eventually. You'll have to make a decision at some stage with a certain hand, but yeah. You see this pot here, limp pot, blind v blind. Matthias is check calling the turn against Mario's stab, which I'm probably not the biggest fan of, unless these graphics are inaccurate, but I do think there was a check call on the turn from Matthias, and that seems to be the case as well. I'd rather Matthias just stab the turn himself, and I'd probably prefer Mario just to check back the turn and not stab. But I'd rather just Matthias take a stab on the turn. If not the turn, then definitely on the flop. But obviously that didn't happen either. Tried to take a pretty passive line there, which probably not the biggest fan of. As we there was one example from earlier on where there was another limp pot where, I forget, 2-hand combos. But I basically brought up that, like, from the small blind there, when you do limp in, you're supposed to have some strong hands when you do that. You're probably incentivized to stab pretty wide when the big blind checks behind on the flop. Given that the King 10 X board, having Queen 9, having the Queen of Diamonds as well, it's going to be a pretty good hand to bet in the flop. But anyways, hindsight is great again. Sylvan here, Queen 3 suited. It's out of the way. Bobby with another. I feel for you, bro. Honestly, he probably thinks there's something up here with the pretty bad cards he's getting. He's probably gone over to the rail to say that as well. Way too many combos of 9-2, 5-2, 6-2 offsuit, 5-2 offsuit. Pretty annoying. I don't think he's got like one ace offsuit even, let alone anything close to that, or sorry, better than that. But anyways, Mario raising here from the small blind. Probably Hadi is just gonna probably have to fold here, I guess. With the 10-2 off versus the 3x. I don't even know, can you defend this versus the min? Probably have to, but 3-betting is a possibility. He does fold though. Probably the least preferred option there. I'd probably rather see a 3-bet more often. Does flop top pair. Mario does get a piece of it as well. I'd actually like to see a check behind here from Hadi, and he does check behind. 6 on the turn. You see Mario reaching for chips here. Does bet 80k, which is a pretty small bet, which I like, by the way. Puts a lot of pressure on Hadi's air part of his range. Nice some equity to some random Jack 8, 7, 9, whatever the case may be. Random King, whatever, King highs, Queen highs itself. And Hadi does river the bottom end of the straight here. For sure, when Mario checks this quickly, is going to be more than good enough for a bet here. Does end up betting. Mario does find the fold. Yeah, 400k was a bit, I'm not going to say it was a bit too much there, but hard to call a pot size bet there or close to it with a literally bottom pair there. Don't know what he have called many bets there itself. Maybe half pot he might have called, but as I said, having bottom pair in that situation, probably not going to see too many bluffs there by Hadi betting on the river. But Mario did bet small on the turn, so might be a possibility, but probably not that often, I'd say. So I'll be picking up another premium 8-4 off. Man, this is actually pretty bad. Oh, I feel for you, mate. I've said it numerous times, but the guy's picking up other hands, and you're the one individual that has not picked up many. But speaking of premiums, the Jules here with the pocket jacks. Let's come in for a raise. Makes it 150. It's around the 2.5. How do you know with a hand here in the small blind? I would imagine this is a pretty like standard call here. Like, I don't think folding is really a thing here. I doubt. I mean, three betting wouldn't be a bad mistake either, but I think this hand plays well as a call. And it looks like what he elects to do. Ben does get out of the way. Hadi just asking what Jules has behind. pretty pretty bad flop for the jacks, but a pretty good board for his overall range, like I said, with the pocket nines from Matthias a couple of hands ago. Yeah, probably just going to take a bet on the flop here, Jules, and Hadi's going to call. It's just never a board you can check back here. Even if you had like pocket aces here, you just cannot check back this board. It's just so good for your open, or just so good for your overall range that you just bet literally everything. And he does call. Jules obviously can't be happy about that. And yeah, it's just gonna go check on the turn here. Probably check on the river as well. I'm not too sure. Maybe Hadi might bet. Depends what it is, but I can't imagine Jules betting this turn here. What the hell do I know, eh? It's surprised by this. It's kind of like nearly turning this hand into a bluff here. I mean, it does put Hadi in a little bit of a shit spot, to be honest, but like, I just would like to know the logic behind this. I'm a little bit surprised with Jack's betting here because it's not like Hadi can't have like sixes, sevens, eights, nines with a spade here, for example. And like when you bet this turn with jacks, you're literally isolating yourself against basically king x plus. You know, like I get the idea that it's a very good board for your overall range, but like you just have way better hands to barrel here on the turn outside of jacks, even though you have jacks with a spade. So now Jules cannot be happy here. Jules knows that Hadi has at least a king here for the most part. But yeah, I'm not really a big fan of the turn bet here with the jacks. A little bit unnecessary. Unless he has some plan to like bet here, but he does check back. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the turn bet. Obviously Hadi is just delighted when he checks back there because he knows he's probably good. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the bet there by Jules. As I said, you're still ahead of some of the check call range on the flop. Not much, but some of them pocket pairs, like I mentioned, with a spade are going to be examples of it. And like you're kind of just targeting them to fold on the turn when you're already ahead of them already. But yeah, probably not the best turn bet, I would say, there by him. So another pot goes Hadi's way. Continues to stack Z chips. My God, Toby, bro. It is like hand after hand, to be fair to him. It's not like he's over exaggerating here in any way, shape, or form. He is he is pretty card dead, guys. Pretty card dead. We see Mario coming in here for a raise from the cutoff. King 8 offsuit. Sven picking up. Pretty decent hand with pocket tens. Obviously going to be 3-betting here, just probably thinking what sizing. I mean, probably something around the 350 mark, I guess. It does decide to call, which is interesting. Surprised to see that. I mean, probably can't be bad. I'll probably be a little bit more 3-bet happy there. Because something like this can happen where it comes a jack high board, queen high board, ace high, where you really don't know where you are. It's probably better to find that out pre-flop than having to force yourself to check call here on the turn with this hand. What's going to happen? I do expect. I really hope Mario bets this river. I assume he's going to. Around the 200-300 mark by the looks of it. Oh, he calls pretty quickly. Yeah, so this is a killer. Or is that a fold? It's a fold. Or am I wrong? He did turn over his hand, so I assumed he called. 600k pot there, man. Kind of could have been all avoided if you just 3-bet that. Again, hindsight is great, but that's what happens when you take a passive decision, lads. The spot that I do think was a pretty obvious 3-bet, respectfully. You're always going to, an overcard is going to come a lot of the time. And of course, Mario is going to have a hand there, but it's better to find that out pre-flop than fall out of position and end up in somewhat dicey spots post-flop, which is never a good situation to put yourself in. I do always think being the aggressor more so than the caller is always a better situation to be in, no matter what format of poker you are playing. Always would rather be the aggressor than the caller. Have the initiative in the hand. Hadi now with 10-9 off here. Probably more than good enough here to come in for a raise, especially with his stack size. Does elect to do. Make it that 2.1, 2.2 or so. Comes a raise first in sizing. Sylvan here getting all the way as well, I would assume. I might be thinking about 3-betting this here. I mean, I have no doubt that this guy probably understands the dynamic that Hadi is for sure going to be opening on the wider range. Definitely wider overall, and he is reaching. This is actually quite funny because there's an old saying with this sort of situation that when they reach for them chips and kind of splash them in the middle, seems to be kind of not so strong. But obviously Hadi can't do much here with 10-9 off. Although it wouldn't be the first time I've been wrong this evening. Would not be the first time I'm wrong this evening. It's quite a big 3-bet, but they are deeper. They are deeper, so probably fair enough. It's not that much bigger, I suppose. Around 3.5x, something like that. Probably a normal sizing off these stack depths, to be fair. And when we saw this countless times as well, Hadi deliberating over all decisions, I would say, not some, but majority, to be fair. He does elect to fold. But yeah, that splashed the chips in the middle. kind of stereotypically known for a little bit of a weaker situation, but not a lot you can do there with 10-9 offsuit, to be fair. Here we have the chip counts again, guys. Hadi and Sylvan, two head honchos at this table. Macias and Mario, third and fourth. Gonzalo, yeah, in fifth, and Sven in sixth. And Jules, Bijad, and Toby, seventh, eighth, and ninth, respectively. So yeah, 88 big blinds for Hadi, 69 for Sylvan. The two head honchos at the moment. We have not had an elimination from this table quite, well, probably in an hour or so, roughly. Can't remember exactly, but probably around that time frame or so. Haven't had really too many hands clashing against each other. As I said before, guys, that could change pretty quickly. Hadi here. Hadi's picked up a fair few, not going to say always premiums, but definitely hands you want to be raising for sure. Come in for the raise with the king queen off. Then getting out of the way here. We've been getting out of the way also. See, hope we pick up a hand here. Negative. Like, that probably has to be one of the most frustrating parts of tournament poker when you are in this situation. The blinds keep coming around to you and you cannot pick up a goddamn hand. Here's Olo here though. We're getting out of the way. Surprised about that. I'm not sure what I didn't know what size Hadi made that. Big nose on that, unfortunately, but might have been a defender. Depends on the race first in size, and so it's hard for me to say without knowing for sure. Yeah, I do feel for Toby, lads. It probably has to be one of the most frustrating situations in poker, or for tournament poker, that situation. Not being able to pick up a hand. You see your stack getting shorter and shorter. Hopefully he does. I have faith in you, Toby. You know you can do it, mate. Mario coming in for a raise under the gun +2. Hadi folding here. And not much we can do with 7-2 off. Sylvan though, pretty looking big slick. We all know what's going to happen here. 3-bet city. Is that a min raise? Oh, I think he misinterpreted Mario. I thought Mario raised originally. Clearly he just called. I'm assuming Sylvan. Well, Toby, I feel for you, bro. That's so unfortunate. Wake up with the first hand in probably an hour and a half, and then run into Ace King when you've got Ace Queen. Unfortunate, bro. Maybe you can get the double up nonetheless. Not dead. You're not dead. I assume Mario's going to get out of the way here. He does. I think Sylvan did misinterpret what happened there with Mario. Going for the raise size, and he did. But either way, a bit unfortunate here for Toby, but again, completely standard. 4-1 underdog here. Toby Weir. Best of luck, my man. I am rooting for you. No offense, Sylvan. And not ideal, but still has probably more outs than he had prior. 10. 10 and a 10 only. There's not a 10, guys. 8 of diamonds. There is 2 of spades. Unlucky, Toby. I mean, if there was an example of nothing more you could do, lads, that was probably it. That was probably an example of it. Well, it was pretty unfortunate for Toby, but yeah, not a lot more he could do there. Sylvan stacking. I think we'll be going on a short break after this hand as well, guys, for 12-13 minutes or so. 65 players remaining now, 2.2 million. Quick average, guys. And number 42. Mario limping in here. Queen 10 suited. Sylvan getting out of the way. Lalo here. Valio, excuse me. His head off here. Might be tempted to isolate this against Mario. Next not to. His dad getting out of the way. Jules. Might end up open jamming this. He might have saw how wide Mario is, but he does decide to check back. Asking for a chip count there, I think. Not a great flop for either player. They're checking, do they have a diamond? Both realizing they don't. And looks like Mario is just going to take down this pot here. That's exactly what happens. All right, guys, as I said, we're going to go on a short break here, I believe 12-13 minutes or so. So I'm going to grab something quick to eat. Here you have the chip counts. Hadi, Sylvan in first and second. Matthias and Mario in third and fourth on equal chips. Zalio in fifth. Glenn in sixth. Jules and Bijad seventh and eighth. All right, guys, we are going on a short break, so I will talk to you guys in a moment.
Nine players on our feature table. Average stack, well, it's about 310k. 120 odd players remain. This is the Mayo man folding the 6-5 suited connectors. This is the short stack Minerva, just under 20 bigs with ace king suited.
Yeah, we saw him raise
6k.
Off a short stack, and he's going to do the same again with ace king.
6 plus, 7 plus, 8 plus.
Ooh,
Well, dream scenario really.
Yeah.
The super aggro player Matteo, ace queen. He's going to look at the stack, do the maths, and go, well, look, my biggest exposure is 100k. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's put it in. And here is the 3-bet. Ace queen on the button.
Yeah,
And it's going to be priced in when Saskia 4-bets.
Yeah. Sometimes online players struggle with, because when you're playing online, you can see exact stacks. But yeah,
I know, yeah, that's a huge difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know what I reckon Armad was doing there? I could be wrong. He just wants to show. He just wants to know the exact stack size of Saskia.
Yeah.
I don't think he had ever any intention of getting involved, but
No.
just using the opportunity to get a chip count from one of the players and great situation. I mean, it's the dream, isn't it? With the big slick getting it all in versus ace queen.
Yeah. Yeah, Matteo did nothing wrong there. His hand, he pretty much had to 3-bet it, and once he does, he has to call it off because of the price.
And king on the flop, which means it's end of story. Bar runner for a straight, it's all over.
Yeah.
I think, I'm sure I heard Armid going, I knew you were going to shove there.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah. Oh, there's a
Queen.
small chance.
Wow.
Now.
Incredible.
Small chance.
Well, running queens definitely would work also. And you can see Saska, that's just not right. That is just not right, I'm sorry.
That is brutal.
Wow. Thank you so much.
That is
Wow.
so horrible.
Oh, that's sick.
20 big blind, my friends.
So horrible for
20 big blinds, my friends, I think is what Matteo was saying.
yeah.
Saska's
I mean, he's right. He's
Kind
right.
of
It's
brutal.
standard, but
I mean, Saska's seen this before, there's no doubt he's very experienced. And, I mean, stood
120
very
big blind, this
accomplished
show.
stood
Like
player,
that,
so
I call.
seen a lot of funky stuff in his day. But that is a huge spot, really, isn't it? Getting close to the money.
Wow.
yeah.
It's
Very lucky.
just the way it happened there, more than that.
I'm dangerous. I don't know.
And he's played.
Which makes him an absolute monster stack. Averages around 600k.
Yeah.
This is Albert
Albert.
once again.
Once again, he opens and covers up immediately. Our man beside him looks interested, but he only has queen 10, so fold, and he does.
Lord Mulligan with the suited connectors, small blind position. I guess he just lets this go.
Yeah.
But Mark will be
won't let
seeing a
it go.
flop here. Pocket pair, reasonable
We've seen
call.
one of his sixes dead, so probably just check calls now.
Well,
This is,
interestingly, donk leads here.
This is interesting, yeah.
Albert with top.
Yeah,
So easy call here for Albert.
Yeah.
Well, he actually
Albert,
raises.
he's decided to raise. I guess he's worried about draws, gut shots, those types of hands. I guess Mark will get the message now that the sixes aren't good. Or not.
What's going on, Derek?
This is very interesting. Yeah, this is. Mark 3-bet and Albert has called. Or no, he's thinking of calling. Yeah, I don't understand this 3-bet at all. I don't know what's going on here. Now any doubts Albert had are long gone. Mark has effectively been counterfeited. This is pretty erratic from Mark. This might be a case of late night tiredness.
I mean, just from nowhere, this pot is completely blown up.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Yeah,
Albert's
makes
just
sense.
taking a flat calling. That's the crazy thing
No
about this.
way.
He's
No way.
yes,
Can't
that's a
have that.
fact. I'll put a bet with you. He's just going to flat.
I believe you. I believe you. But you have to raise here and get value from a 9.
But there's just a flat call. It's just the way Mark played it,
Yeah.
and Albert is just absolutely stunned. And what a gift!
Yeah.
Queens for Hostetler. Action 10 for Wojciech. Just with the call. King Jack of clubs for Mohammed. In the small blind. Really reluctantly moving his last 46k across the line from the small here.
46,000.
The action back to Hostetler. Is he just going to move all in over the top? Most likely he could just flat. Goes for the flat. And now Wojciech with the decision. But with a stack of his size, we'll most likely just see him call in position. It's 31k into 119.
Something like that.
Unless he thinks Hostetler is just calling
I'm all in.
for the weakish range, he might just move over the top. Decides to move all in. Hostetler has set quite the trap here. It is all in for him to call. And as it stands, as long as Hostetler doesn't fold here, I'm well impressed by the way he's played his queens. Wojciech perhaps could have just called the 31k, but there's so much money to take down pre-flop. If he thinks Hostetler is playing loosey-goosey, which he is, it's a great opportunity for him to take down nearly 100k. So much chitter-chatter happening here at the table. Holy moly, is Hostetler thinking he might not want to call it off here because it's 50 big blinds? I don't really understand. He folds. I'm absolutely shocked and bewildered with the fold there. Wojciech getting away really lightly, and that's all part of running good. Also, things happen when you're running good that don't happen when you're running bad. I know that seems so obvious, but look what just happened here. Wojciech most likely would have been losing half of his stack, 350k of it. And as it stands, it looks like he is going to get about 80k richer. The turn coming, the 10 of diamonds. Wow. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Now, Hostetler, thinking he is the biggest genius at the King's Resort. He had a feeling some sort of magic at play here. Hostetler folding the queens, saving his tournament. Captain Hindsight out in full swing. He would have lost to a set on the turn. And now he is essentially free rolling.
Hi guys, and welcome back to our coverage of the day 2 of the German Poker Masters. My name is Alan Finn, for anyone that might be new tuning in. There are the stack sizes again, guys, of the chip stacks itself. We've got Hadi and Sylvan, two head honchos on the table. Matthias, Mario, third and fourth. Piazzalo, fifth. Spen, sixth. Jules, seventh. And Bijad in eighth place itself at the moment. Obviously, Hadi and Sylvan dominating the table at the moment with the huge tip stacks. Matthias and Mario not too far behind, both on equal stacks. And the final 5 players more or less sub 25 big blinds. We just had a player elimination just before, well, 2 hands before the end of, sorry, just before the break. Toby couldn't pick up 1 hand probably in 30 hands on this feature table. And yeah, unfortunately just got knocked out 2 hands before the break. Straight back into it right now. An immediate action with Mario picking up the kings. Which is not a bad complaint, to say the least. Oh wow, Hadi picking up the aces. What is this for the first hand back, guys? I hope you came back as fast as I did, because you're going to see a big, big pot from the get-go. Ridiculous. All the money is going in here, without a doubt. Hadi picking up another premium. This guy is meant to make the final table, one would imagine. Now, the only thing I can say about this, we know Mario trapped with queens earlier on in the coverage. Might this end up happening here in this situation? I doubt it. But stranger things have happened. Either way, you're going to see a big pot here, guys. Nothing better than a good old Hollywood with a tough decision, eh? He's reaching. His hands were shaking there, if anybody saw that. The 4-bet has happened, and a big one at that. And Hadi knows he's probably not going to be ever 4-bet folding, and he's going to get the bad news. Not a lot you can do there, Mario, but you still have 2 cards to hit, bro. A super unfortunate spot for Mario and an unbelievable spot for Hadi. Nice hand to come back from the break, guys. So here we go. Not the best flop, obviously, for the Kings, unfortunately. Hadi just continues to run pretty well on this feature table. And eliminates poor Mario. But again, I'm sure we all can agree, guys, there isn't a lot more he could have done there. Hand plays itself, just super unfortunate to come back from a break to be eliminated more or less on the first hand. Hadi's stack size now probably 120 big blinds plus or so, potentially more, but I would say at least the 120 big blind mark. Man is killing it right now. As I said, not a bad start. It was a little bit slow towards the end of the break. Not much kind of bigger pots. And like I said previously, guys, that's how quickly it can change, or how quickly it can happen. Someone picks up a pair, another guy picks up another pair, and all the money goes in. Simple as that. Very nice pot for Hadi, though. Very, very nice pot. See Sylvan here now coming in for a raise with the King 6 suited. Pizzazalo, I should say. Try my best here, guys. S10 suited. Again, I imagine folding is out of the option. I do think calling here is absolutely fine also. Especially off the stack size. He does elect to call. Vishad is probably going to be getting out of the way. Jules, here, interesting spot. Probably just going to be flicking it in the middle here with the 8 big blinds. Can't really see any other play here. And all in it is. Hadi with a decision here, but given the action, probably doesn't feel like the best spot. But, as I said, it wouldn't be the first time I've been proven wrong. So we do see the blinds going up here again, guys, I forgot to mention. So they're now 40, 80k. Small blind, big blind, with an 80k big blind ante. Just notice that just now. But yeah, close spot here for Hadi, actually. I mean, probably doesn't have to worry about Piazzolo too much. Or Pizzalio, I should say. He does elect to fold. I'm not surprised by that. Not surprised by that at all. Sylvan is going to be getting out of the way. Pizzalio is kind of the only guy that probably maybe has a decision here in this situation. Sylvan probably just taking his time here to make it look like he wasn't opening so wide in this situation. As I said, Pizzalio is the only one here that maybe has a close spot here. Hard to know if you're ever that much ahead here on average, I should say. You know, it is going to be mostly something similar to this. More or less a flip, slight favourite, slight underdog, something like that. You know, if you're against like ace king, ace queen, ace jack here, you're obviously in bad shape. But if you're against like pocket eights, pocket nines, it doesn't feel so bad. And then other times it's going to be against like king jack, king queen. So it's close. It's for sure close here. I'm not actually sure what I would do in his spot. I think I would play it up until now the exact same in terms of cold calling like he did. But it is 6 big blinds here. It's probably a call. I do think it's a call most of the time. I do think it would be a mistake to fold here. So just like that, guys, we have 2 all-ins in the space of 3 hands. Alan, I need to sleep, or this will take ages. Yeah, it's probably going to take some time, mate. Obviously, I got to be here. You, on the other hand. Flop is 9-6-5 two-tone. 8 of diamonds on the turn. Some chop outs for Jules. See what happens. And unfortunately, we get another player knocked out here, guys. So we are down to 60 players right now after that elimination. And we do have a new player joining the table. I think his name is, again, correct me if I'm wrong here, guys, but Udo Brown, I gotta say. German player, I believe. We do see the ace-10 holding there. As I said, I do think that it's going to be a call most, if not all the time. But I don't blame the man for deliberating about it. But yeah, I'd say, Bird, this is going to take another couple of hours anyways, I guess, mate. As I said, there's probably, what, 60 players left in the field at the moment. Playing down to those last 2 or 3 tables, mate. So yeah, probably another 20, 30 players to be eliminated. Thereabouts. 20, 25, I guess, something around that. Yeah, we are 8-handed here at the moment, guys. Yeah, 60 players left. Average stack there, guys, 2.4 million or so. So we're getting out of the way. And yeah, this Udo that is on the table here. Folds the Queen 8 offsuit. Folds around to the blinds here. We do have another player, which I did not mention in the button. I'll have to get his name in a moment. See Hadi in the small blind here. Again, probably too good of a hand to ever just fold here. See the call or raise, but I do like call. Svendo picking up the Queen Jack here. He might be tempted just to open ship here. Might just be tempted to do that. He does check behind. Hadi just continues to smash the deck pre-flop and post. I mean, you limp King 3 here. There's probably not many other better flops that you could ask for. I mean, probably not many better turns as well. My God. Unfortunately, going to be quite difficult to get action here. Quite difficult to get action here. Kind of blocking the king high calls that might sometimes call on this turn as well, but does seem to be getting looked up by Queen Jack here as well. I mean, a queen or a jack would be pretty bad here for Sven. Okay. Hadi isn't running that good. still running pretty good, but he's not running that good for a queen or a jack to come on the river. That would have been pretty unfortunate for Sven, but yeah, again, not going to get any more value here from Sven. He does check. I imagine Sven is going to check back here. Probably never expect to win, but yeah, he's going to show the king tree. Sven's reaction says it all, guys. I mean, it was never going to be anything else, was it? Insane. So yeah, we've Hadi and Sylvan still obviously the two main honchos. See Hadi's stack right now, plus 100 big blinds. Matthias and Piazzalo third and fourth. Udo, our new player that just joined the table. Sven and Bijad in sixth and seventh. So we are currently seven-handed on this table at the moment, guys. Currently seven-handed at the moment. Probably around 58, 59, 60 players left in the field so far. 2,915 players started this, lads. We're down to the final 59. As I said already, we'll be playing down to the last 2 or 3 tables. I do think it's 3, but as I said, do correct me if I'm wrong. There's 90k up top that we'll be playing for tomorrow. 2:30 Central European time will be the start of the coverage tomorrow, which I'm thoroughly looking forward to. But enough of what's happening tomorrow. Let's talk about what's happening now. Udo open jamming. More or less 12, 13 big blinds or so with the pocket tens. Seems like a good play to me. And it's probably going to get through. Unless someone wakes up with something in the big blind here, because Sven is not going to be calling this in the small. Although he is contemplating it. I do think this is somewhat unnecessary. He does fold. And Sylvan not going to be calling. Udo does take down the pot. It's funny, that was Toby's seat. Just thinking about all the hands he had to fold in that situation again. Setela or Setlaris or Stellaris? Welcome in, mate. How are you? Hello, hello. But yeah, it's what Udo's second hand right now picks off the pocket tens. Where Toby never saw a hand like that at all in that seat. Ah yeah, so this is our new player here, Kingfish, which I forgot to introduce. Just wanted to clarify that that was him before I mentioned it. But yeah, Israeli player, King Jack off here. Probably should be open jamming this, I think, in hindsight. I mean, maybe he can have some raised folds here, but really doesn't look great off 8 big blinds, I guess. Do think you just want to try and maximize fold equity here. Try and make sure the big blind folds. So any sort of like King 5 suited, Queen 8 suited and stuff like that. I mean, this is probably an example of you still possibly should be defending this. Yeah, this is the thing, like you kind of, as I said already, you want to just maximize fold equity here, but I don't think Udo would have been folding Jack 7 suited, as an example. It does get through. Can't be bad if it works, does it? Never a bad play if it works. Big edge here, Queen 7 suited. We see a few sub 10 big blinds here now, guys, so I'm not going to say expect some eliminations, but the sub 10 big blinds might be somewhat feeling the pinch a little bit. So Matthias opening the ace queen off here. Hadi going to be folding, I would say. Foldy shall. Sylvan here with a more than playable hand here on the button. Mostly in terms of calling, I would say. He does call. Udo does get out of the way. Pizzalio going to be getting out of the way as well. So we will go heads up to a flop here. Tias and Sylvan, Ace Queen versus King 10 suited. Flop is 8-8-9. Two-tone. Not a lot going on for either player here. There's some cheering in the background. You see Sylvan taking a stab here, which I don't mind. Excuse me, I was going to say I don't like, but I don't mind at all. Getting hands like this to fold is a massive win. Matthias is kind of unfortunately forced to fold in that situation. It's a nice play there from Sylvan. Takes down the pot, adds to the stack. Hadi getting out of the way there. Sven here now. 5-3 offsuit. Going to be doing the same thing. Sylvan, on the other hand, will not be folding. He's checking out the stacks ahead of him. Does elect to raise to min 160. Udo, I assume, is going to be getting out of the way. Getting out of the way he does. Zalio folds as well, and Bajad again just has to fold. And this is the problem, guys, when you're playing shorter handed, which this table is at the moment. Blinds do come around a little bit more often. Even one less player on this table means the orbit or the hands are going to come around more quickly in the big blind itself. That's a great situation for guys that are kind of around the, you know, average stack, you could say, 20, 25, 30 big blinds itself, to just put a lot of pressure on them. Sub 10 big blinds, sub 15 big blinds that, you know, can't really make too many mistakes pre-flop and over-invest with too many marginal hands. It's definitely something Hadi should be pushing in terms of attempt to steal, or just steal the blinds in general. Should be taking many opportunities for that. This Sven here now with an ace-4 suited might be tempted to shove. I do think this might be a spot that you can raise fold with a couple of players behind. This I don't think would be bad. We think about Kingfish hand with the King Jack off in the previous one. I do think he was in the hijack or the cutoff, one or the other. He didn't decide to move all in, but Sven does decide to go all in here. Managed to get through two players so far, because I can't imagine Udo is going to be calling. Nor will Pizzalio. Pizzalio seems to be getting out of the way as well. He does end up taking it down. breathe a sigh of relief to get that one through. But I think he knows, as we all probably do, relatively standard all in there. If somebody ends up calling a hand behind, then so be it. It's all about making the correct decision in poker, guys. What happens after that, especially in this format, really does not matter. Sitting on 13 big blinds now according to the graphics. Definitely not in the worst shape. There is for sure shorter stacks than Sven's. Bajad and Kingfish are the sub 10 big blinds at the moment. We've got to try and get something going. You see there are 57 players left in the tournament still, guys. Sven waking up in a hand here now. Might be tempted to open shove this again, but this sort of stack size, as I said, guys, similar to maybe the ace-4, there might be possibilities of just min-raise folding here. It's definitely an option. It's definitely an option to consider. But he does elect to open shove again, which again is completely fine, in my opinion. As long as the man did not fold there, that is the big thing. Jad not going to be folding the ace-10 off. This is his time to shine, by the looks of it. Or did I miss the action with the ace-jack, or is there an issue with the graphics, guys? Apologies over that. No, he is all in. Yeah, there's an error with the graphics here, guys. Just bear with that for a moment. I wasn't sure if Sven did move all in, and it wasn't just Bajad that did it, but yeah, we're correct here now. So we have an all in here. Bajad not in the best shape, but Sven a favourite at the moment. Here we go, guys. Queen high flop. Got Bajad with the ace of spades with some backdoor flush equity. Chop pot outs here now on a 5 or a queen. And forgot about the king, guys. Forgot about that king for an extra chop. Bit unfortunate there for Sven. Pretty good river for Bajad. Pretty lucky river to me. I never even thought about the king. But when I saw it, I realised that that was a possibility as well. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Sven there, but like I said already, guys, once that money goes in the middle, what happens after that is pretty much irrelevant, so to speak, because it will be out of your control. There's Sven here now picking up another hand. I don't think he should jam this now. I think this is going to be a fold, I think. There might be an argument for min-raise folding here, but I might not be too keen on open jamming this myself. With what, another 7 players to get through. It probably can't be bad. But I might be, yeah, I think this is probably the best play. Later formations or later positions, I wouldn't mind it. Probably hijack onwards, I would do it. Cut off, definitely. But again, 14 big blinds there, min-raising probably wouldn't be a mistake either, I would say. Bajad here now. King 3 off, getting out of the way. It does fold around to Kingfish in the small blind. He's on a relatively short stack as well. This is going to be more than good enough to open ship this against the chip leader. And I'm a little bit disappointed by this because you really should be open shoving here regardless of Hadi waking up with ace queen or not. If you just get folds here, guys, I think we all kind of know this in general, that if you take down the blinds and antes here, if Hadi ends up folding, it's a huge win for 10-8. And even if you get called here sometimes, you're never going to be in the worst shape. Of course, if you run into like an overpair or, you know, ace 10, ace 8 suited, then you're obviously going to be in bad shape. But the thing is here now, I think you actually have to limp fold in this situation. Yeah, I would just prefer to shove myself there, like 10-8. Like, I'm probably shoving 10-8 offsuit there, guys. Let alone 10-8 suited. I think it's a pretty easy jam there. As I said, if you get folds from like any queen highs, king highs, stuff like that, you know, king 5 offsuit, if you get a fold from that, it's good. Some people might even fold like king 5 suited, which is probably close-ish versus 8 big blinds of a jam. But 10-8 suited there, guys, is going to be a pretty easy all-in. Of course, you would have got called there, but that's irrelevant again. Missed a spot there, Mr. Kingfish. Sylvan waking up with a pretty looking Queen Jack suited. Udo going to be folding. So he unfortunately exposed a card. Bijad here now. Jack 10 offsuit. In the middle. Mucking, I mean. Kingfish here, not a lot he could do with the 8-3 offsuit. Same thing with Hadi. Hadi, excuse me. Just fold. Then, good blackjack hand. Outside of that, just going to be a fold. Sylvan does take down. Is he put? Probably my favourite hand, Queen Jack suited, I'd say. I had to pick one. That springs to mind anyways, just seeing that now. I feel like Queen Jack and King Queen suited as well. There's a lot of pretty hands in poker, guys. To be fair, there's too many pretty ones, that's the problem. Pizzalo here now picking up the King Queen offsuit. 30 big blinds here, probably more than good enough to come in for a raise. Seems to be what's happening. Jad is going to be folding here. I gotta say I'm not too sure about this on the button here with Ace Jack offsuit. Probably calling seems fine. 3-betting seems perfectly fine as well. Not sure if fold is ever an option. Probably not on the button, I would say. But this is one I'm not too sure about. And where I probably lack tournament knowledge in this situation. And call is what does seem to happen. Instinctively, I did feel like folding there shouldn't really be an option also. He does elect to call. Play in position. Sylvan here, facing the min-open. His hand actually plays relatively well in a multi-way spot in terms of the raise first in from Hadi and potentially the cold calling range from, the raise first in from Pizzalio. And the cold calling range from Hadi. It does flop pretty well. See Hadi flopping the top pair, excuse me. Oh. Sylvan does check. There's double gutter. Not too keen on the bet here. Don't really have many backdoors going on. Yeah, you're going to have a lot more of the stronger ace-x, but you got to be a little bit conscious on this ace-low boards. It does hit the big blinds range pretty well. Can somewhat connect with the cold corner range on the button as well. It's probably a spot that I probably wouldn't be c-betting too frequently. Like, this is a spot where Sylvan could put a lot of pressure on both of these ranges. Now, I'd rather there's a diamond on board if I was going to raise here. So without that kind of backdoor equity in terms of the flush draw, mostly just going to be calling here. But I might be a little bit more raise happy with a diamond on the flop. So Pizzalio now does pick up a king, but I can't imagine he's going to be putting any more money in the middle here after getting called twice. Can't imagine his king is ever good here. He does end up checking. Hadi on the other hand, excuse me, is probably betting here might not be a mistake at all if Anson is probably going to be the right play. And he does pick up betting chips by the looks of it. Definitely hands you still want to deny equity from. Pair plus draw from the big blind. If the big blind has like 3-4 offsuit, if he has 4-5 suited, or not 3-5 offsuit, like 3-4, 2-3 suited is what I mean. Still get value potentially from some like ace-4, or again just deny equity from that with a gut shot. So I like this bet. And the thing is, if you do get called here by Pizzalio, you can just like always check back the river and kind of name your price here on the turn, I guess. But yeah, Pizzalio can't really call here in this situation. I think if he does call here, it's just burning money, but I do think he'll come to the conclusion of just giving up here. Hard to find bluffs here from Hadi, to be honest. Like, it would have to be some 6-7 suited. Oh wow, he is actually going to find the call here, or is he going to find some check raise? This I did not expect. I mean, it doesn't look like he's going to raise, because if he raises here, he doesn't really have much left behind. So it'd have to kind of be, basically an all-in. He does decide to call. I am not a fan of this. I am not a fan of this call on the turn. Because on this river now, he might think, oh well, there's another ace out there, less likely he has an ace. But I hope that's not the conclusion he comes to. I just think when Hadi bets into two players here on the turn, that like there isn't many bluffs in his range, bar that kind of 6-7 suited, like I mentioned. And yeah, I think Pizzalio just kind of put himself in this situation unnecessarily. I think c-betting the flop is kind of a tad bit ambitious without much backdoor equity going on. But I do think check call on the turn here is a pretty big mistake. If I'm being honest, I think calling this river will be pretty bad as well. Really hard to find bluffs here, guys. Very hard. Oh wow, that's a tilt call in my opinion, or something like that. Like I don't think there's ever a bluff there, guys. Given that post flop dynamic of being multi-way and just yeah, I mean it is what it is, man. He kind of made his mind up on the turn there, and has said that ace river kind of, as I said already, he might start thinking, well, less likely he has an ace, and maybe that's what he was thinking as well. So we do lose a player there, guys, unfortunately. Probably could have been avoided, but you know, you live and you learn. So Hadi continues to stack, lads. Continues to stack chips. I don't know what he has now, but it's probably 120 plus, if not 130 at this stage. Ridiculous run good. I'm sure he is not complaining at all. So Bijad here now, A3 suited. Not a lot going on for this man as of late. Matias here, again, just going to be folding. Kingfish gets out of the way. Hadi here now still having to stack the remainder of his chips, but he's going to have to wait to do that because he will be opening this here. Does elect to raise to 180. Sylvan gets out of the way. Udo is probably at least going to be defending. This is probably stuff like Jack 10 offsuit here. It's probably the bottom of the cold calling range here of this stack size, stuff like that. Maybe some 10-9 offsuit as well is probably okay. Maybe 8-9 and stuff like that. The rest it gets a little bit closer in terms of connected offsuit hands, I would guess. But for sure, this is going to be a call. For sure. He does elect to call. We'll go to a flop here. I mean, of course, Hadi has to flop something here. And Udo might just be tempted to just get this in here, especially with the Queen of Hearts, with the backdoor flush equity. I mean, given how wide Hadi might just be opening here in general, this open-ended straight draw with the backdoor flush draw should be more than good enough. Little does he know, Hadi has the nut flush draw here, which again, blocking Udo's outs here with the backdoor equity and with the ace. And he does open jam. I don't blame him. I really don't. I really don't. Like, this is going to be a stop and go sort of situation here with this hand. Well, Hadi, man, Hadi is just running. I mean, I know he hasn't won the pot, but he's technically ahead. But it's just the equity spots that he's getting. It's just crazy. Really crazy. Anyways, here we go. Ace on the turn, which was surprising to see. But he still has hearts. Still has hearts. It doesn't get there. Maybe this could be the downfall, lads, of Hadi. Nice to see someone else scoop bigger pot, I guess. But yeah, again like that, guys. Super standard spot. But nice for Udo to get there, I guess. Nice for Udo to get there and get his double up. I just keep thinking back to poor Toby that was in that seat originally. It could have been him, lads. But no, we got Udo there now. Here we have the chip counts again, guys. 7-handed at the moment. As I said, blinds going round pretty swiftly, but we still have Hadi in the pole spot, Sylvan in second, Matthias and Udo third and fourth, Sven, Kingfish and Bijad fifth, sixth and seventh, all under the 15 big blind mark. See Hadi there with 133 big blinds, guys. Even doubling up Udo in the previous hand. Obviously did not put a dent in the stack size that he has at the moment. Man can afford to lose a handful of pots and probably not feel too much about it. Our kingfish here now, though, should really be open ripping this, in my opinion. Don't really want to see Anton but that. As I said before, guys, just maximising fold equity here, taking down the blinds and antes is literally going to add about a 20 to 30% increase to his stack size here. But he does elect to go for a small raise. And Hadi, my God, I'm getting sick of saying this at this stage. Picks up another hand. I'm sure at this stage he probably can't believe it himself that he keeps getting these hands. He will obviously have to 3-bet this. He cannot cold call. He definitely wants to isolate kingfish here. Just get him heads up. He does more or less commit kingfish here with the 3-bet. Raises it to 500k by the looks of it, and that's what it is. Sylvan getting out of the way. Udo going to be doing the same. Seem to have a new player on the table, guys. I think it's going to be Stefan Fink. We'll get clarification on that in a moment, excuse me. But I do think that is the correct one. The kingfish here now with the decision. What is he going to do? This is the problem. You raise here and get jammed on. It's kind of like, it feels pretty bad. You kind of set yourself up for this when you just don't open jam. And he just called. I mean, I think you have to in this situation. You'll still be ahead of like some king jack suited, king queen suited as an example. Probably never going to be worse pocket pairs than like any 7x, so you'd always have one over here itself. But yeah, would just rather open rip it and save myself this kind of hassle. Pre-flop. So we have another all in, guys. Hadi is involved again. Nothing for kingfish at the moment. Again, nothing on the turn. Needs an ace and an ace only. We will lose another player, lads. There's not an ace. We do lose Mr. Kingfish. GG, sir. Another pot. Said this many times already, the last 3.5 hours or so, but another pot goes to Hadi. The rich get richer. Rich get richer. Seven-handed again, guys. Or eight-handed, apologies. He is here under the gun. Gets all the way with the ace-9 off. Hadi, 7-3 suited. Does elect to fold, which I don't say too often either. Sylvan here now. Again, not a lot you can do with king 3 off. Udo might be tempted to steal here. Might be tempted. He decides not to, I think. I don't blame him. It's a kind of a not a clear spot there. We do have Bijad here now open jamming, and this is Stefan in this big blind here. So I think the other player that joined was Gerardo, excuse me, which is just the player to the right of Bijad. But Bijad ends up taking that down. I like the jam. Probably not a lot you can do other than that with 5 big blinds. What he does take down is he pot. So Gerardo is the guy to the right of Bijad, and then Stefan obviously to the left of Bijad then. So our 2 new players there. So yeah, 8-handed at the moment, guys. 8-handed at the moment. $51 players remaining, lads. 2,915. Do not forget that this was a €250 buy-in, guys. 91k up top. Some WSOP main event tickets as well. Let's not forget, I forgot to mention that actually. 6 of them, to be exact. The exclamation payout. See that, or payouts, excuse me. So we got Sylvan here opening the Jack 10 offsuit. This is obviously a benefit of having a bigger stack. You can open that a little bit wider. It's a good example of it here. Just kind of handcuffs the shorter stacks behind you. We do have Stefan though with a 49 big blind stack, so I forgot to check how much Gerardo had. Matthias does call here in the big blind, which I think is fine. Not a lot going on for either player here. But I do think if Sylvan bets here, Matthias probably has to call 1. His queen can definitely still be ahead of Sylvan's c-betting range here, but he does elect to fold. Not too keen on that now. Maybe it's not the worst play in the world. We're probably more inclined to defend for 1 there. See what happens on the turn. Don't think he bet too big on the flop there that would want me to start folding ace-queen off there. Sven getting out of the way there. So a new player now, Gerardo. So he's on 18 big blinds or so, fair enough. Wasn't sure on how much he had. Stefan, see the blinds going up here again, guys, just to highlight that again. 50 and 100k, small blind, big blind, 100k, big blind, ante then. So Matthias limping here from the small blind. Hadi might be tempted to raise this. He's asking how much. don't think it's a bad question to ask when you've got a big stack like he has. Put a lot of pressure on Matthias here. He does decide to raise by the looks of it, and Matthias does limp call here. Of course, Hadi still manages to flop top pair here. Might not be a bad board to check back to Jack 3 here. Sometimes at least. Devil betting here too. There's a lot of bad turn cards as well. It's obviously a pretty bad spot if he bets and get raised here, but probably not going to happen that often. So I just probably prefer betting like Hadi did and just take down the pot with this hand. But yeah, must be nice to isolate Jack 3 here. And then somehow still manage to flop top pair. The run good is real for this man. I will be very surprised if this guy does not make the final table tomorrow, at least. Probably sit out the rest of the tournament until then, and probably still make the final table, I'd say. Udo getting out of the way now. Gerardo from Switzerland. Folding as well. Rajad. Folding also. Stefan going to be forced to do the same. Matthias folds. Folds around to Hadi here. Does elect to call. Sven, we don't know his hole cards as of right now. They're a pretty short stack in fairness. So I'd assume that this is probably just going to go in the middle here with A7. And he does elect to say those infamous words of all in. And Hadi is just going to have to limp fold this hand, I would say. You will give it some thought regardless. And he calls. Wow, and it's not... I mean, it's probably one of those situations where he can afford to do it. And if he does knock out a player here, it's obviously pretty good benefit for that as well. But I'm not sure about the Queen 6 suited here. When you're running well, you're running well. I feel inclined to just flick in a call here. Sven's still ahead at the moment. Still ahead on the turn. Actually holds. Actually holds. Yeah, I'm not sure if like limb calling there is going to be good versus just open jamming. I'm not sure on that one. If anyone's a good person to know about that specifically, then let me know. But yeah, I think that's kind of close between limb calling. But I'll just open jam myself. Again, if you do that, you're going to get called in that specific situation, but you're not always going to. Hand number 61, guys. So we're 3.5 hours into the coverage of this day 2 of the German Poker Masters. The Bajad finally picking up a strong enough hand to ship it in the middle. Ship it in, he shall. See, can he get some action? Sylvan might be tempted here. So Stellaris is asking, how do you know which cards they have? They have it's called an RFI reader, I believe. So they have this white line beside each of their chip stacks, mate, that reads the cards. And then that information then is forwarded on to the production team, is how it works, I believe. So that's how they know. And it's a pretty cool feature. I'm not sure what the price is of one of them tables, but can't imagine it's too cheap by any means. Yeah, wouldn't mind having one of them at some stage. But probably a little bit unnecessary, unless I had a pretty solid production like Kings have in Rozvadov in their casino, which is pretty sick in fairness. I did see it once, October last year. Very nice experience, but we still... Oh, this ended up being called? Oh, it did. Sorry, the graphics are a little bit behind, guys, there. No worries, Stellaris. But Jack's still good here in this situation. Graphics are a little bit behind here. Queen of Hearts on the turn. And 6 on the river. So Bajad gets his long awaited double up. He did wait quite some time for that, so it was nice to hold when he did, and it was nice to get action when he had a hand as well. That's what I'm saying, guys. Even though you might be sub 10 big blinds, you get one double up. You're around that 15 big blind mark, and if you somehow manage to get one more after that, you're sitting pretty snug. So Bajad, excuse me, still keeping himself afloat, navigating pretty well at the moment. Patient. Future rather here now with ace-9 offsuit, probably just going in the middle. Just going to be getting out of the way here with the 9-3 off. Fold around here to Sven on the on the button, excuse me. Nice to get out of the way. See Sylvan being pretty aggressive here, and Udo is going to be snap calling when he looks down at the ace-king suited. I mean, this is the sick part about these situations, because you have 8-6 offsuit here against ace-king, and you still have 35% equity, which is not really a bad thing to say. Of course, you don't want to get called, but you're not always going to get called. But when you do, you're not in the worst shape. But here we go, guys. And now he's in pretty good shape. Poker's cruel, lads. Pretty unfortunate there for Udo. Pretty unfortunate, but again, this is what I mean, guys. You should be really aggressive from the small blind there when the big blind is on that sort of stack size. I mean, 17 big blinds is obviously quite a stack to lose there, but what the big blind has to call there versus 17 big blind jam has to be a relatively strong range. Can't call too light is what I mean. But even for 8-6 offsuit there, when you get called, again, of course you're going to run into overpairs sometimes, but like even against ace king there you have 35%, which just is not the worst thing in the world, you know. Sylvan does add a hefty chunk of chips to his stack size, even though he lost that pot to jacks 2 hands prior to that. Regained that and more with the 8-6 offsuit there against Udo. Here we have Matthias opening the ace-10 offsuit. Hadi now. Contemplating whether to defend, whether to fold, whether to 3-bet. Queen 9 suited here. Looks like he is calling. I don't think Gerardo is going to be coming along for the ride here with 10-4 off. So we'll go heads up to a flop here. Matthias versus Hadi. What a flop for Hadi, man. Seriously, like this is just insane. This is absolutely insane, lads. This flop's the absolute nuts. And then gets bet into here as well. It's probably not a board Matthias should be c-betting too often versus an in-position cold caller like this. I mean, the bet can't be bad, but it's definitely marginal. Because like a lot of like what what Hadi is probably calling here in this situation is going to be hitting this board relatively often, I would say. Not always, obviously, but he's going to have a piece, you know. So you can't be really going too crazy with bets here. But I'd really like to see a call here from Hadi if you can find it. It's not because we can see both of their cards. It's just like very, very dry texture. There isn't many, if any, bad turn cards. And I mean, he just picks up an extra bit of equity there just in case he didn't need it. Or just in case he needed it. And this again I don't like from Matthias, bro. Again, it's just like super marginal, making the pot bigger than it needs to be. Not many worse hands call, you know. Again, it's not because we can see the cards here. Like, there's just no reason for Hadi to ever raise here. Because what Matthias has left behind, he's either going to jam all in on the river. So it doesn't really matter too much what you do here on the turn, but I do think calling here again, especially on a spade, is the only move here. But he does elect to jam. I'm not really too keen on that. Again, it's not because we can see these cards here. It's just because what other bad river cards are there? I don't expect Matthias to be bluffing here much, if ever. So I get the jam and the fast play, because he really shouldn't have too much of a weak range here to bet the flop and bet the turn, to ever bet fold the turn, if that makes sense. So I don't mind doing this exploitatively. Yeah, I agree, Feint. I agree. It's I do agree, just slow playing. You're in position as well. If I was out of position here, I might be more inclined to be a little bit more fast play heavy. But as I kind of said already, like, you know, like even if this was a 6 of hearts, I'd still just mostly call, because I'm never folding river versus bet. But I really don't understand Matthias's logic here with the way he played this on this board. I think it's a little bit unnecessary and for sure over-investing in this spot, and just having to bet fold there is just... I mean, we can't call. It's just the fact that you're betting the turn at all it really doesn't make sense, because you're either ahead already or you're just going to be isolating yourself against a very, very strong range by continue betting. But either way, chip counts again, guys, has not really changed in terms of the top two guys. Hadi and Sylvan still more or less running the table over, with all due respect. Stefan and Sven, third and fourth. Then you have Gerardo, Bajad, Matthias, fifth, sixth, and seventh, respectively. All around that kind of 15, 16, 17 sub big blind stack. Matthias, after losing that big pot, is again kind of I'm not going to say on life support, but for sure going to be feeling the pinch more often as the orbits go around, as more and more hands are played. Not a time you want to be losing any big pots. Just got Hadi picking up another one, lads. Need to get a t-shirt like that or some merchandise going. Hadi premiums. It's been non-stop. I mean, it's great for him. It's fantastic for him. Sure, he's not complaining at all. That much I can validate or verify. Gerardo hasn't got much going here. Whoa, we actually get some pre-flop cooler here for Hadi, but still has. Sorry guys, I seem to got a little bit disconnected there. Yeah, there was a lag, Stellaris, but I think we're good now again. Seem to miss that action there, guys. Unfortunately, I just had to refresh that stream itself, so I missed that action, unfortunately, so apologies on that. Yeah, just there was a moment there. But I see Hadi stacking chips again, so that must have happened. That must have happened again, unfortunately, for Rajad. He must have lost with the Kings by the looks of it. You see Matthias open jamming the Jacks right now. You see Hadi again. Yeah, we do. Rajad is unfortunately gone, guys. So we know for sure that the Kings did not hold against the Ace King. But yeah, we do see Hadi having King Queen suited here again. Does elect to call Hadi. Will be going to the races, guys, more or less. Hadi going to be a slight favourite here. Not a slight favourite, excuse me, but yeah, going to be a slight underdog is what I meant to say, but more or less a coin flip, I would classify this as. Knowing how Hadi has been running in these spots, guys, I'm sure we can safely assume that he could possibly be a favourite here and actually have 56% versus the 44. Nevertheless, let's see what happens here. That's a pretty good goddamn flop for Hadi. Pretty good flop. And as they say, guys, dead on the turn. Man can do no wrong right now. Huge, huge stack Hadi has right now. 145 big blinds, guys, at 50-100. Small blind, big blind. 145 big blinds thereabouts. Pretty sick. Assuming we will be getting some new players to the table soon enough. We are currently 2, 4, 5-handed. Yeah, I imagine we will be getting some new faces pretty swiftly. As there's 46 players remaining right now. Okay, guys, as far as I know, we are playing down to the last 2 or 3 tables tonight. I believe it's 3. 27 players, I believe, is usually the number from previous streams, if I remember correctly. So we still have roughly another 19 eliminations to get through before we finish up tonight. I know the live stream had to restart there in terms of the coverage timer, but we're probably 4 hours into the coverage right now of this German Poker Masters. Day 2. Sylvan here going to be coming in for a raise, I'd imagine, with the 8s. And a raise he shall. Hadi flicking in a call here with 10-5 off. He can afford to do it. Probably not the best hand you want to have against a guy with 60 big blinds, but one would imagine he's going to be check folding versus a bet here by Sylvan on this flop. The standard, pretty much a range bet here for Sylvan on this board. And Hadi, for once, has to fold. For once, has to. Not a lot he could do there on that board. Well played from Sylvan. As I said, it's just been more or less Hadi and Sylvan, more or less. You could honestly say just running over the table. We're always accumulating the bigger pots for sure. Hadi now in the small blind versus Sylvan. Still five-handed here, guys, so do keep that in mind. Hand might not play too badly as a call from the small blind in this situation. Might be even tempted to 3-bet. They look like, how do you say it, raising chips. Looks like 650k, more I should say, even 750. Pretty annoying spot here for Sven. I mean, obviously he just has to fold, but would have liked to have been able to defend here. It'll be interesting to see what if he had like, I don't know, ace-9, ace-10 suited plus. What with ace-7 suited here? He's pretty handcuffed, just going to have to fold. Sylvan, on the other hand, though, we've seen him do some 3-bet bluffs. Calling, I don't know if I'm too keen about here. Reason why I'm not too keen on it, because post flop can get a little bit dicey here. If you hit an ace, stuff like that. Probably one of the better boards. It's actually a pretty interesting board because Hadi has the Jack of Clubs, which is obviously a good card to have. Sylvan has middle pair, 1 over, backdoor flush draw as well. There's definitely going to be some money going in on the middle here, on the flop. Definitely a hand you want to be betting from Hadi's perspective, and he does go for a c-bet. That's 500k, seems good. Like Sylvan is not going to be going anywhere for 1 bet. Hadi will have to fire again on the turn depending, obviously. We'll see what happens. It's a pretty good turn card for Sylvan in terms of equity. Not the best turn card for Hadi. We might just end up check folding here in this situation, I would guess. I think if he does barrel this turn, he'll be for sure on the more aggressive side and possibly a misstep from himself. He does check. This can go either way here. Between bet and check here for Sylvan. He does check back to realize equity. Pretty much a brick turn card. I don't think Hadi is going to take a stab here on the river. and he does go for it. I love it. I like it. I love and like it, but more so love it. Now, Sylvan is in a pretty tough spot, facing a milli bet here on the river, it looks like. So, how he decides to call here or not is really just based on if you think Hadi is capable of bluffing here. And that is just going to go down to previous experience for the most part. Is he going to be aggressive enough on rivers here in general to find bluffs like this? And he does find the call. This is poker. Nice one. Well played, Mr. Sylvan. First time we see Hadi losing a big pot, although in fairness, I don't think it's a mistake what he did. Although 3-betting pre-flop's probably not bad. Having the character to find the bet on the river definitely takes some balls. But yeah, first time we see Hadi losing a big pot, and probably not the best guy to lose it to, because now Sylvan has closed the gap on the chip lead on this feature table. A pretty interesting hand nonetheless. And often you see these big pots in this situation as big bluffs in general. It was nice to see one like that. Yeah, I do think if you're folding like ace-7 there, you're definitely folding too much in that situation. If you somehow have that and it runs out that way, you can't really fold any. Probably 7x plus there is probably a good threshold to not fold, I guess. Pretty like bricky run out, especially on the deuce. Like Hadi would have to have checked like some strong 10x on the turn there or some overpairs, which is not impossible, but given that turn card, probably want to be barreling quite often with overpairs there, because there's still a lot of worse hands you can get called by. But yeah, an interesting hand nonetheless. But yeah, we have a couple of new players to this table, guys. We have Christian Roberts from the UK. We got Leroy. We got Helmut Hag from Austria as well. Might be one of the players as well. Just let me run through that when we play the next hand. Excuse me. Yeah, we're back to a 9-handed table as of now. Might be one of the player here, HD48. It's just I want to make sure that when we go through here, I want to make the mistake of not saying that someone is here and they're not. We do have Helmut, one of the names I mentioned. This is a HD48 guy. We definitely got 4 new players there, and here is Leroy, German player. We all know this guy. Hadi, coming in for a raise here with the King Jack off. Sven here now will be forced to fold, I would say. If you get like ace-6 suited, this might be better to contemplate 3-bet jamming, but not so much the offsuit one. Sylvan here, and this is our other player from the UK then, Christian Roberts. 18 big blinds. You have Hadi just taking down that pot. Hadi coming in for a raise here with in the hijack. Just take it down. There's be some issues with the stopping and starting of the stream, guys, so we do apologize on that. It should be up and running again. Not sure what the issue is, but not to worry, we are live again. Not a big deal. And number 71, guys, 44 players remaining, average stack 3.3 milli. Hadi picking up another raise first in hand. Pulls around to Gerardo here. Gerardo probably going to be flicking this in the middle, guys, I would imagine. We're going to be off to the races. I can't imagine Hadi, excuse me, is going to be folding here, pocket eights. We're just going to be asking for a count, and then eventually going to be saying call. But there is 44 players remaining, Stellaris. If you just see in the top right corner, you can see the field. It was 2,915 players. There's currently 44 remaining as of right now. So as I said, we are playing down to 27 players tonight, guys. I'm assuming it's 27. As I said 3 or 4 times already. I hope that's the correct number, but I think it is usually three tables of 9-handed is what usually happens on the final day. And obviously we play down to our winner tomorrow. Should be starting at 2:30 Central European time. 1:30 here in Ireland for myself. Can't imagine Hadi is going to be folding eights here. It's basically another 8-9 big blinds or so, maybe 9-10 at most. Eights are just going to be too strong here. Yeah, you're going to be flipping most of the time, but it's probably a spot you can't really fold eights. I think if you had like 5s or 6s, it would probably be a lot more closer. But I do think 8 plus here is going to be a pretty standard call. My assumption. Never feels great because, you know, you're going to be up against 2 overs most of the time. But yeah, with his stack size, kind of just has to haul it off, I guess. Very unlikely you're ever going to be against a worse underpair. 7s is a possibility here. Maybe 6s. Sometimes against Hadi in particular, who's going to be open relatively wide. Maybe not so much from under the gun +3, but probably still going to be 3-bet jam, like 7s plus, I would say. But yeah, as I said, most of the time here you're going to be up against 2 overs. He does elect to fold. I'm very, very surprised by that. Very, very surprised by that. I mean, maybe it's a little bit closer when you're talking small blind versus under the gun +3. But I do think with that stack size, probably 8s is still going to be a call. Gerardo does pick up that pot. I mean, you take down the pot there with ace queen offsuit is never a bad thing as well, from his perspective. Instead of having to run it and be in a flip situation. Yeah, I think so too, Kearns. I do think calling as well, personally. I would call as well. Like, if it was kind of closer in terms of stack sizes, if I had like 20 big blinds or 25, I might be a little bit more fold happy, so to speak. But, you know, he's a pretty healthy stack. As I said, most of the time there, you probably are going to be flipping. Majority of the time, like, yeah. So maybe a spot he just didn't really want to invest. But as I said, when you kind of have 100 big blinds, it's never going to be the worst thing to lose another 10, 15 big blinds or so. But as I said, like, I think 6s and 7s feel a lot closer than 8s plus in that situation. And that's true, mate. That's true. And I would say intuition in that spot, maybe he just didn't feel it against Gerardo, who, you know, hasn't really done much in terms since he's come to the feature table. Not like he's had that many spots anyways. But definitely in general, it's not going to be a weak range. Like, as I said, best case scenario there, it might be 7s sometimes. And that's like the best case scenario. Outside of that, it's always going to be 2 overs. But yeah, I do agree. People, everyone will make their own individual decision, especially in them closer spots where it's not going to be, I don't know, like, you know, fist pump EV situation. We do have Sylvan open here with the King 9 offsuit from the hijack. Gerardo picking up the pocket rockets, but Max is going to be making in this hand is going to be whatever Sylvan raised. The beauty about this kind of stack size as well here, that, you know, if you do have some King Jack suited, Ace 10 suited, for example, this looks hella strong from the button here, Gerardo. But yeah, obviously Sylvan here is just going to be folding, and unfortunately Gerardo isn't going to make any more money than he did. Yeah, probably going to be that, mate. Hard to say how much longer this is going to go on, but I don't really have a choice. I like to say this is what I signed up for in terms of commentating on this event. Sometimes they don't last this long, sometimes they do. But at the same time, I don't have control on that. I'm more than happy to go for as long as is necessary. Obviously, I will have to do commentating tomorrow for the final day, but also whoever remains for the last 27, or the last 3 tables, I should say, they also have to return at the same time. So, see what time it does finish up, but either way, good action. Nice hands to talk about. Hadi now getting all the way with the 3-2 suited. Then here now, probably going to be folding this King 6 suited as well. Hasn't really had too many more of the obvious spots to make a decision, but has to be a bit patient, bide his time, as they say. Gerardo here now, 9-3 off in the cutoff. Not going to be doing much else other than folding there. Helmut Haag from Austria. Queen 9 off here. Probably just going to be folding as well, I'd say. If he was a little bit deeper, he could possibly go for an open. but not really off 11 big blinds. Stefan here, I'm going to say calling, well, I was going to say folding is definitely not an option. HD with a 52 big blind stack as well, pretty healthy. Might be tempted to isolate here. These guys might have been playing previously on an outer table, since they both joined at the same time. You wouldn't know. Let's go for the ISO. Puts pressure on Stefan here. Probably has to limp fold Jack 7 off here now. That's what he ends up doing. That's fine. Yeah, that's one thing I'm fairly good with current, in fairness. Loads and loads of water. But yeah, not really one thing I want to be drinking coffee at this hour, bro. But yeah, kind of tempted at the same time. But I'm gonna pass. But anyways, chip counts here, guys. As I've said many times, Hadi, Sylvan still leading the way. We got some new players, as I mentioned, HD and Stefan, third and fourth. Gerardo and Christian, fifth and sixth. Sven, Helmut, and Leroy, all around that sub 15 big blind. But yeah, still some maneuverability. Leroy, again, being on that sub 10, you get a little bit more dicey. But yeah, Hadi and Sylvan leading the way, as they have been doing the last 2 or 3 hours, guys. Hadi's been here since the start of the coverage of this tournament. 44 left, so you can definitely take a coffee. Aye, that's true. Definitely another hour or two left in this, bro. It's I have to guess. We see Gerardo in the hijack here, going to be coming in for a raise, for sure. Just opening from in here seems pretty standard, I would say. Was a little bit bigger, I think. 2.1 or so. 275, a little bit bigger even. 2.2 even. Helmut will be getting out of the way. The aces being thrown around again by Stefan. I think if he does, I mean, obviously he's going to 3-bet here, but when he does, I do think Gerardo is probably going to end up folding. Ace Queen suited, I do think it's going to be a 4-bet jam. Ace Queen off in this situation. Hijack versus dealer. Really just depends, again, on what Gerardo thinks of Stefan. They have some previous history together, maybe from outer table experience. You don't know for sure. Again, all we know is Gerardo was here previously before Stefan. Stefan only joined maybe in the last 10 hands or so. They definitely do not have that much history. Might be tempted to do this with the ace queen off. Don't really think calling is an option of this stack size, because you're putting in 25% of it here when you do call. I like that fold. I think some players might be tempted to sometimes call, and then some other players might be tempted to actually just 5-bet jam that, or 4-bet jam that, excuse me. But I like the fold. I do like the fold. I do think if you had ace queen suited there, it's probably always going in the middle. Better equity versus the offsuit combo. But yeah, as I said, it's really going to be kind of situation dependent on what his perception is of Stefan. And as I said already, Stefan just only joined the table. Gerardo was there previously. They definitely not have played. They have not played much against each other on this table. Helmut coming in for a raise off 11 big blinds with a hand that probably is ill-advised. And we see Stefan picking up kings and aces back to back here. Stefan just making it 450, making it more or less 3 to 4x, 3.5x. All the Germans will shove with any 9. Yeah, we do get a raise here from Stefan. HD going to be getting out of the way with the Queen 10. They get me caught. You see yourself out, psychotic. Hadi here now, 9-6 suited. Not going to be doing anything else, but just getting out of the way, excuse me. Fold. This is a problem that I never really understood that some players do. But this is just inexperience as well. I mean, you never really expect someone to raise off this stack size and expect to fold. But sometimes it does happen in this situation. As an example, Porkman, maybe Galway. Galway, my man. Galway. Where are you from, bro? If you're asking if you recognize the accent, you have to be Irish. Process of elimination, I guess. Or maybe just know a lot of Irish people. But when you know an accent, it's, there you go, Dublin. I'm going to say it has to be somewhat specific, mate, if you're able to really differentiate between one part of the country and another, yeah? But yeah, Galway, mate. Galway, mate. Gerardo picking up a couple of hands. As American, you'd be super impressed. You know, something I would be, but at the same time, I wouldn't be that surprised. There's enough Americans in Ireland, mate, that they'd probably be able to also differentiate certain parts of accents and where they're based. You wouldn't know. They'd probably just claim to be Irish anyways. I'm going to try and sleep, I guess. We'll keep you on good luck with the next 23 hours. You lurk, yeah. No worries, man. No worries, Current. I'm sure I'll catch you at some stage tomorrow, bro. We do have an all-in here from Helmut. I imagine Gerardo is going to be flicking in the call here, as long as nobody else wakes up with a hand ahead of them. You see Leroy here. Man, this must be annoying for Leroy, but he might end up just flicking this in here. Yeah, there you go, Current. You can't go anywhere right now, bro. Can't go anywhere yet. I'm surprised he actually folded that off 5 big blinds. There might not be many better hands there that you can wait for off that stack size. Might have just threw it in there and just kind of bit the bullet, so to speak. We do have the all in here nonetheless. Ace Jack versus Ace 10. Helmut in pretty bad shape. Pretty bad shape. Not looking good. Top is 8-5-3, two-tone. Could have some backdoor equity with the flush draw. Having the ace of clubs. Do have some chop outs now. 2 or a 10. It is neither. We lose Helmut Hogg from Austria. It is live, Red. It is live, mate. Live from King's Resort in Rozvadov, in the Czech Republic. German Poker Masters D2, sir. We lose another player here. We are down to 8-handed, guys. started with 2,915 players. Was respectable, alright. Yeah, we started with 2,915 players, lads. Down to... Take it easy, Current. Shares are dropping on by, bro. But yeah, we're down to 42 players, guys. €250 buy-in. 91k up top, I believe. Something like that. 6 main event tickets as well. So an extra 10k on top of the prize money you will get. It's a pretty sick incentive. Yes, Jack suited. Yes, spade player. Has 6 or 7 hands away for the better spot, especially when it's the blind ante. He was on the button now. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But still, pretty shallow stack, mate. We had a guy earlier on the feature table, and I mean, it was pretty unfortunate run of cards, but I think he was here for probably 20, 30 hands or so. I don't think he picked up a different hand or any better hand than like 9-7 suited and stuff like that. It was just like continuously 6-2 off, 9-3 off, you know, like 6-7 off, non-stop. A few times the camera angle kind of caught his facial reaction after it happening, you know, 5, 10, 15 hands in a row. Just couldn't believe his luck. And then eventually he picked up ace queen and ran into ace king. But anyways, an interesting spot going on here. Gerardo opening for 275. You can imagine just going to go raise fold here. Hadi finding the 3-bet on the button. Ace 8 suited. Not a lot Gerardo can do here. Latin really isn't a thing. Don't think you really want to 4-bet this hand ever, so kind of just going to be forced to fold, I would guess. And he does end up folding. Yeah, it's hard to play back at the chip leader, guys. And there's very similar stack sizes to yourself on the table. 25 big blind mark. And in some cases, even shorter stacks. Got to kind of look at these pay jumps as well. Well, there's not that much of a difference. Well, it's like 17.25, 1.7k at the moment. So there isn't really a big difference in terms of pay jumps at the moment. That's not really something you need to be worried about. 41 players left, yeah, so 1.7k at the moment. All players are guaranteed, remaining players. Hadi picking up ace jack here in the cutoff. Got to mention the guys, the blinds have gone up there. First time I've noticed it, so we'll mention it now. Blinds are now 60 and 120k. 120 big blind ante also. This fan here, this is actually an interesting one. Because again, Hadi is for sure going to be, without a doubt, opening on the wider side from the cutoff. That Sven might be tempted to 3-bet jam this, which I don't think it would be a bad play. I would rather have the suited combos for extra equity. Yeah, he does elect to fold. Don't mind it. Get behind it. Like, I mean, just as well because Sylvan wakes up with a pocket tens here. Do have well, they did exchange chips in that one hand about what, maybe 30-40 minutes ago or so. Pretty big pot. Obviously he is going to be 3-betting here, I would assume. Is that just a call? Interesting. Surprised to see that, but maybe also doesn't want to bloat the pot against the chip leader. He just elects to call. out of position. Which I probably don't mind, but maybe some dicey flops. But yeah, it's probably being one of them. Pretty nice combo here for Hadi to have. Ace of spades. That's a good shot to go with that as well. Sylvan pretty much in the same boat. Having the good shot and the 10 of spades here is nice. Both pretty plausible hands here to bet and to continue versus a bet, which is exactly what happens. With clubs in the turn. I would like to think Hadi should continue betting here, but he might check back as well. Does elect to check back. 10 of spades on the river's interesting. I think Sylvan can check, he can bet. I think both are absolutely fine. I think if you bet, you probably want to go like 400 or 500k. Goes a little bit bigger, like 700k by the looks of it. 600, yeah. But around that 40% mark seems good here. I mean, obviously Hadi can never really call here. Only thing he can end up doing is like raising, but that would be pretty ballsy. I mean, it's not that we don't think he's capable of bluffing here, because we saw the one example from previously. But pretty high variance move here. But having the ace of spades here, if you were going to do it, probably not a better combo to do it with. Let's not forget you're on the TV table here, lads. Do it for the stream. The only problem is here, he did try to bluff Sylvan previously, and he did look him up. That might be playing in the back of his mind as well. He might be less incentivized to do it, possibly. I mean, I don't think calling is an option here. Very, very unlikely. I was kind of saying this earlier on as well, like, the longer I take to think about decisions, the more excuses I end up telling myself to, you know, make the more, I don't know, heroic play, but it does end up folding. It does end up folding. Yeah, I kind of have that tendency to not listen to my first instinct. And usually, from my perspective, your first instinct is usually pretty goddamn accurate in terms of assessing what's the best decision. But then when I take longer to kind of think about that decision, the more excuses I end up finding to call when I should have just folded, or raise when I should have just folded, etc. But I do confidently think that your first instinct, you face a decision or face an action from your opponent. You know, say you're in this big spot where you're supposed to, when he I don't know, bluff catch spot, for example, and your first immediate instinct is like, oh, I should just fold. And you kind of take longer to think about it. It might end up making a bad decision. in that situation. At least from my perspective, anyways. We got Stefan here picking up the jocks. Not going to be getting any action, unfortunately. We are down to 38 players, guys. We'd have a couple of eliminations on the outer tables by the looks of it. They are getting eliminations. The average chip stack gone up to 3.8 million as well. Around that 30 big blind mark or so. Slightly more, but thereabouts. Leroy finally finds his hand. We'll flick it in with the ace-6 suited. Under the gun +1. Pull around to the button. Pull around to the blinds now. You might actually get this through. If the big blind wakes up with something, because Gerardo is not going to be calling, and he actually is going to get this through. Stefan does call with Jack-2 off. I don't know about that now for, what, 6 big blinds or so. Probably not going to be a call, mate, but maybe just wants to try knock out a player. I think Jack-2 off here might be a tad bit ambitious. Don't forget, lads, 6-2 or 6 big blinds or 6 big blinds, but he does flop the top pair. That was a bit of a heartbreaker for Leroy. 7 or an ace. Yeah, I agree, Psychotic. I agree, mate. He does get the ace on the river. I'm not going to say justice, but yeah, I do agree, Psychotic. I think that's probably the only justification there. Other than that, I wouldn't be flicking in the call. 6 big blinds is 6 big blinds at the end of the day. To be fair, you know, it's still worth something, you know. Yeah, nice catch there. Nice Barry Greenstein on the river. Guy has been quiet enough there as of late, but not really had much to do, in fairness. Sven Sylvan folding the Jack-10 off. Christian getting out of the way. Gerardo here now picking up the walking sticks, pocket 7s. He's counting out some raising chips, which is completely standard, obviously. HD here now. Queen 5 offsuit. I'd be tempted to call this versus his race first in sizing. Definitely on the bottom end of the spectrum in terms of what you should be defending here, but might be still good enough, I guess. Goes the complete opposite end of the spectrum and finds a 3-bet, putting that pressure on Gerardo. Might not be a bad spot if he, again, this is all down to perspective on what he thinks HD is capable of in this situation. Is he ever going to have a 3-bet bluff here? And if he does, one would imagine Sevens is performing pretty well against that 3-bet range, especially big blind versus button here. Gerardo might find the 4-bet jam here. Might not feel good about it. He does. He does. He does find it. HD is going to be getting out of the way pretty quickly. I think both players played the hand pretty solid there. Just again, timing for HD was obviously not on point, but it's not always going to be. Or why Gerardo is going to be opening there on the button on average, 3-betting them hands against that kind of range. Probably going to be a good play a lot of the time. Just unfortunately ran into a hand this time. You can hear now waking up with the King Queen. We're going to be coming in for a raise. Taking on the pot. Here we have the chip counts again, lads. Hadi and Sylvan again has not changed in the top two positions. HD and Stefan, third and fourth. Gerardo and Christian, fifth and sixth. And we've Sven and Leroy, seventh and eighth. Knocking around that 10 big blind stack. Leroy got that double up not long ago. Keep his head above water. But yeah, Hadi and Sylvan, as they have been the last 4 to 5 hours of this coverage, guys, fairly running it in terms of leading the way. Haven't really had any negative swings in the opposite direction. Fairly consistent of an upswing, you could say. Nothing really bad in terms of card distribution has gone against them. With that one big hand that we remember Hadi bluffing into Sylvan. Queen Jack versus Sylvan's Ace-7. The 10-5-3-2 board, I believe. 10-7-5-3-2 run out, that's what it was. 3-bet pot. Hadi had Queen Jack offsuit. Sylvan had the Ace-7 suited. want Leroy to get a big stack. I don't know why. Kind of like one of those things, mate. The underdog, isn't it? You always kind of want to root for the underdog. You have Leroy going all in here, anyways. I think Hadi, you might get your wish here, Psychotic. I don't think Hadi is going to be folding. But I think Leroy's play here is obviously very, very standard. I think Hadi's call here, again, is going to be pretty standard. Do not think you can be folding a hand as strong as Queen 10 here versus a 10 big blind jammer. So, especially when you're operating off a 100 big blind stack itself, or close to it anyways. He does end up calling. It's more or less a coin flip here in terms of equity. Leroy is technically still ahead in terms of hand strength. Up is 883. Leroy still ahead. Continues to be ahead, but Queen of Clubs here for Hadi. He ends up hitting the 10 on the river. You jinxed it, Psychotic, bro. Fortunately for Leroy, Hadi is just running too well on this feature table and has been for most of it, I would say. Pretty unfortunate for Leroy there, but again, correct decision pre-flop. Not a lot more he can do. The cards are on their back. 5 cards still left to come on the community board. Yeah, Hadi, man, is can't really do much wrong in the all-in spots. Sure, his mindset has nearly gotten to a stage where he's just expecting to win. Or yeah, a lot of those spots, again, out of his control. Pretty good turn card, an even better river card for the Queen 10. Here we have Christian coming in for a raise here. I'm going to play one of the first hands he's played so far. Also one of the first hands he's picked up, so can't really say much else outside that. Yeah, I agree, Psychotic. It's sometimes the short stack game is a lot more easier to navigate, I suppose. Sometimes you have a very simple decision, all in. You know, you can just min raise fold, you can just 3-bet jam against the raise. So it definitely can be a more, I wouldn't say simplified game, but definitely feels more of that way, I suppose. With certain hands in certain spots against certain players, you know. Late position, you got 11 big blinds, probably mostly going to be open jamming. Got 15 big blinds in the small blind. Chip leader or whatever is open and wide in the cutoff. You're going to be jamming somewhat wider as well. Definitely easier spots in some sense, I suppose. Here now on the cutoff, might be tempted to raise King 9. Wouldn't be a mistake, in my opinion. Beats getting check raising the river for sure. Just disregard all the post flop BS, yeah. We do get a raise here from HD nonetheless, which is what I was assuming. Hadi with a more than good enough hand to put pressure on here. I wouldn't mind calling. I think, again, both options between raise and call are completely fine. Folding, obviously, is out of the question. Even though he's been playing, yeah, as I said, I know for a fact he was definitely not going to be folding. Way too good of a hand here versus the cut-off race first in. Then, again, sitting on a shorter stack, fairly handcuffed in terms of maneuverability. That's to buy this time. Will come. I have to dwindle down more of the stack before that happens, but he will get a hand. You're actually in Germany, you're sitting down in your jocks in your house doing this. Wouldn't say I'm my jocks, mate, but I ain't in Germany either. So I'll let you decide, man. In Czech Republic anyways, bro. Just they're hosting an event for German Poker Classic or German Poker Masters, excuse me. But I'm doing it remotely, from my bedroom here in Galway, technically. Jock's part, I leave that undisclosed. Look at a bet here from HD nonetheless. Don't blame him for betting here, but again, backdoor equity of this hand is fairly poor. And obviously Hadi just flopping top pair like he does. He's going to be calling. Calling he does. Yeah, I don't mind betting this with the king nine. It's just, again, if you get called, it's kind of like you don't have much going on in terms of backdoor equity. But at least you get information here on the flop. When you do get called, that's probably screwed, to put it lightly. Yeah, not a lot HD can do here except just check fold, I'd say. But again, it wouldn't be the first time I've been proven wrong here tonight, guys. Some lads are just trying to bluff Hadi here, and every time it's happened, it has not worked. From Hadi's perspective here, he's probably not like, I mean, he's obviously never folding, but like he's not exactly, I would assume, overly ecstatic about this situation. Yeah, it's just extra equity psychotic again, isn't it? A little bit more of a worse spot. It was like a jack on the turn when he's facing a double barrel here. Having the extra kind of whatever straight outs makes his call a lot more easier on the turn. That's exactly what happens. We go to a river here. Again, HD just barreling this on the turn, man. Can't really feel great for the river. Again, getting called here twice. Not a lot you can do here on the river except probably give up or go for a very, very aggressive all-in here, which is, well, maybe not all-in. You can probably potentially bet smaller. He is looking down at his chips. He is reaching. I mean, if you're going to bet flop and turn here, you better strongly consider betting the river as well. I got to give this guy credit. This man has heart. Heart will get you far in this game. Not an easy call here for Hadi, by the way. Far, far from it. This is a very, very strong line from HD. And this is actually the first time Hadi has been put in a difficult spot like this, unexpectedly. Probably not the best combo to do this with, in fairness, from HD's perspective. But as I said, I've been doing the coverage here the last 4 to 5 hours, and this is the first time Hadi has been put in a spot like this, where he's basically bluff catching here. And I mean, HD can't be too keen on this when he has the fallen chips chopped out here. Big bluff. And he does call. Being high, he says, shit. Man, this Hadi guy. Can't feel great about calling that on the river, but he actually didn't take that long to call. So I've seen him take longer with like more obvious decisions. That for me personally is not an obvious call. That's a pretty strong line from HD to bet there, in my opinion. And I don't think many players would have too many bluffs there, is the other thing. But yeah, I mean, credit to him for actually finding the triple barrel there, to be fair. But man, Hadi can do no wrong, guys. We got to give it to HD there for finding the triple. Man's got heart. But I do think he can find better hands to bluff there than a random air ball, which King 9 is technically. We do have a new player here as well, Maxim from Ukraine. This fellow, King Jack suitors right now. Oh, we got some remorse for HD here with the pocket queens. He does end up jamming here. I'm not sure if Mac Tim should call here. Kind of close. Probably is going to be a fold, I'd say. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, psychotic, man. It's like, I mean, you could argue having the 9 of spades there is bad in terms of blocking some potential flop floats with backdoor spades as well. But I would imagine when somebody calls an ace-high flop, you know, flop for one. But when they call on the turn, man, they're always going to have some ace-x, at least, I would say. They might have some pair plus draw that might fold the river, but like a lot of the time they will have some ace-x. And man, I just don't think people like to fold ace-x in a lot of situations. But you know, as I said, he tried. But yeah, definitely would rather do it with a better hand here. Bit of a close spot here for Mac Tim, excuse me. He does decide to flick it in here, which I don't really blame him. Gonna have decent equity against most of HD's 3-bet jamming range, but obviously in this situation, not so much. Not so much. $70-30 here. HD might be getting some of his chips back they lost in the previous hand. Let's find out. Catches some help on the flop. Jack or a king now. Still the same outs. No help from Mac Tim. Joins the table, leaves the table. Bit unfortunate, but well, such is poker. Easy come, easy go. Poker lads, eh? You know what I'd be thinking now if I was HD? I would just be thinking, imagine if I didn't bluff off that in the previous hand, how much chips I'd have. That's the way I'd be thinking about it. If I didn't bluff off 2.5, 3 million chips in the previous hand, I'd have about 6 million now. Yeah. Look at it. You could look at it the other way too. If bluff got through, you'd have a couple of, well, probably a mil and a half extra. But yeah, no point crying over spilled milk as this damage is done. Pocket eights here for Hadi. 16 million in chips, 16.5 million in chips. Blinds have went up as well, guys. Again, just first noticing it now. 80, 160, 160 big blind ante. Playing. I feel you, bro. Better wait it out, mate. Hadi taking it down there with the pocket eights. Got to mention Abby J joined the table as well, guys. Another player. Got to mention it there. New addition from Germany. Hadi now coming in for a raise here with the Queen Jack. Takes it down. Quite the stack of chips, lads, isn't it? It sounds like you might be the type of guy to tell bad speed stories. I wouldn't say that now. I'd have told them in my own time, but I wouldn't be one to say them much more nowadays, I suppose. No doubt I have a few in the locker if you want to hear about it. But I wouldn't be one for telling them now. I wouldn't be one for listening to them either. Defo not. I'm getting out of the way there now as well. By big blind stack, unfortunately. Sylvan coming in with the sixes for a raise ski. Min. HD probably going to defend here in the big blind, I'd assume. Or some min open. More suited, more than good enough here. Good call. Not a lot going on for HD. I imagine Sylvan is probably going to bet sixes here with the diamond. Don't feel for a live tourney, I know, mate. For 250 buying as well, psychotic. 90k up top, more or less. 91 or so, 92. 10k main event ticket as well for the top 6 finishers. On top of the prize money already. You're talking 100k payday for a 250 tournament, bro. Pretty sick, but a huge field nonetheless. A huge field nonetheless, alright. I think it started 2 days ago. No, yeah, what is nuts? Today's day 2, so yeah. Would have been, yeah, pretty big field in fairness, bro. I forget how many numbers started today, but like, I think the total, it started at 2:30 today. And the coverage of the event started around 8:30, 9 p.m. this evening. You're probably talking 10 to 11, well, 10, 10 and a half hours, 10 hours definitely of day to day. And then whatever amount of time tomorrow. You have pretty monster field, man. 250 buy-in, bro. It's like ridiculous value, in fairness. I don't play MTTs much myself personally. But, you know, if I did, pretty sure I'd be flicking in 250 for this without any hesitation. Because Sven finally picking up the hand they've been waiting for quite some time. 6 is more than good enough. There's a lot worse that's good enough at this stage for an all-in. Yeah, I'm literally the same, psychotic. Just play cash online. Don't play too much live, to be totally honest with you, man. Just don't have the patience for it. We do have HD here. King 10 suited does decide to muck. Abby J picking up the ladies when poor old Sven can't commit the time. That's exactly how I feel as well, man. Yeah. But yeah, this is going to get looked up without any hesitation here from Abby. For sure. We're getting looked up. We might be losing Mr. Sven. Not in great shape here. Probably looking at Abby, he's like, why are you taking so long? You can't believe it. You probably thought like some ace 6 suited or ace 8 suited or something. But anyways, a little bit surprised, unfortunately. But yeah, bad shape nonetheless. Dead on the turn, unfortunately. That is it. We lose Sven. Yeah, I think he took a little bit longer than... I mean, I'm not sure how long is even justifiable with queens there. 5 seconds or something, if that's even fair. But yeah, anything longer than that probably would be classified as a slow roll, in my opinion. But even 5 seconds is probably stretching it. That's what I'm saying, man. 5 does seem like a bit of a stretch as well, bro. It probably did feel around that or look like that. I just saw the pocket queens and I thought it was going to be an immediate call. But I don't think it was. Not going by Sven's reaction anyways. Sven's reaction was like he used the time bank or something. Yeah, definitely took longer than what was necessary for sure. I can understand the reaction by him, in fairness. Revenge indeed, mate. I wouldn't be one to hold a grudge now, but something like that I would never forget. Definitely wouldn't forget their face, that's for sure. Abby J from Germany. Hit list. Gerardo here now. Ace Queen offsuit. For sure going to be coming in for a raise. Couldn't have said it better myself, mate. They were the things you never forget. Abby J here now on the button. Might be tempted to flick in a call here. Nice hand. Nice hand here on the button, but he doesn't decide to call. Hadi sure going to be not defending this in the small blind, I have to guess. Goes right to fold. Does get it through. Picks up the blinds and the antes. Sylvan electing to fold the fives. 1+1. Hadi on the button here. King 5 off for him right now. Now he's running for sure an open. Pretty standard open anyways off his stack size. Sylvan 4 high. Not going to be doing much else. Christian might be tempted to do a stop and go here. He might also be tempted to 3-bet jam this, but I do think a potential stop and go here is going to be the play. Flop a jack, flop a 10, flop a draw, probably flop a gut shot, or you can just flop the nuts. Or you can just flop the nuts. Unfortunate because obviously Hadi has nothing here. It's funny because like if you have like 10-8 here or jack 9 or weak queen X, you're probably just going to open ship. But when you flop the nuts here, probably going to be a little bit more, all right, tough decision here. Yeah, he just ends up jamming. Like, not going to make a calls. I mean, it's 380 to call. He might be ended up. He might like have the price here. But if he knew he was up against this hand specifically, he would always fold. I mean, you have to because you're running like God, but you're kind of screwed here, mate. Not in the best shape here, bro. Paul. Table finds this quite humorous, I guess. And that's it. Let's hang Christian. Badly need a double up, and that's it. Up to 17 big blinds there. Nothing wrong with that. And like that, guys, here we have the chip counts. Said it before and I'll say it again. Hadi and Sylvan just leading the way continuously. Abby J, HD, third and fourth. Stefan, Gerardo, and Christian, fifth, sixth, and seventh. Everyone above the 15 big blind mark at the moment. HD coming in for a raise. UTG, or under the gun +1, excuse me, with the 7-5 suited. On the background there, guys. Someone's winning big. Ball here from Christian in the small blind after Sylvian calls on the button. Like standard, all standard so far. Pretty good flop for Sylvian, but that's about it, I guess. Let's see, Christian has the under pair, or pair technically, whatever way you want to phrase it. A lot going on here for HD, bar the gut shot. Sylvian is going to take a stab here, which I do not blame him. Take down this pot with Jack high here, that's a pretty big win. Get pocket ace to fold. Possibly get 7-5 here to fold as well without the backdoor flush draw. The club on board here, be a hell of a lot more inclined to see the turn. Without that, doesn't feel great. Check raising though, on the other hand, for the same reason, without that backdoor flush draw, I might not be too keen on that. How them lads in the booth get doing? They just fold. Which lads? EC King or ECW? The lads, the boys. What are you doing, sir? I think I recognise that name actually from some time ago. Hope you're doing well, mate. Sylvian does take down the pot with a Jack 8. HD did consider his options, but I do think folding there is the correct play. Without extra backdoor equity. Christian here now on the button. We're going to come in for a raise. Does. 350. Gerardo here. I can see jams being a thing here in equilibrium or in an optimal chip EV world, whichever way you want to phrase it. Might be tempted to do it. Question is, does he think he have fold equity? Imagine that is what is running through his mind. Calling, I am not a fan of versus this stack size. Stefan cannot fold here behind either. I much prefer, like, you're kind of investing, you know, an extra big blind and a half or so. Try and win a total amount of 12. I don't think I'm too keen on that itself. Christian does end up flopping top here. Stefan whiffs for the most part. Gerardo is just going to have to fold to a bet here in this situation. Yeah, not too keen on calling fours off that stack size versus Christian's effective stack. He's going to take down a pretty decent sized pot. Pretty decent sized pot here. The top pair. Yes, that's exactly what happens. Christian got the double up, whatever, 2 or 3 hands ago. Chips up a little bit more there as well. Hitting on the 20 big blind mark. Nine players left now, guys. As you can see in the top right corner, average stack 5 milli. Again, is around that 30 big blind mark or so. Hadi, 2 off, getting out of the way. Sylvan getting out of the way as well. Christian, decent hand. We're going to be opening. The pocket nines. Open he shall. Gerardo will be getting out of the way. Stefan will be doing the same. As will HD. Christian takes down another one. Chipping up. Mr. Roberts from the UK. Hadi probably going to be getting out of the way here now as well. Christian, Gerardo probably going to be doing the same. Best hand of the small blind here for HD. Probably actually fold this, I'd say. The limping wouldn't be a mistake by any means. Raising, though, is also an option. I think Abby is just going to be getting out of the way here with the queen 3 off. Not a lot he can do there either. Does elect to fold. Sylvan getting out of the way. He's pagans gambling at Easter. I know, mate. True that. Tell me you're not a DJ. Tell me you're a DJ without telling me you're a DJ. The way I'd phrase that now, ECW King. Tell me you're a DJ without telling me you're a DJ, huh? Jesus rose from the dead, huh? Yeah, the poker masters, German poker masters, he rose from the dead. Anyways, Gerardo opening here in the hijack. Abby calling in the small blind. Hadi might be tempted to come along here for the ride. I probably wouldn't give I wouldn't give an F either, mate. I would happily join in without any hesitation, just like Hadi did in this situation multi-way. Go 3-way to the flop here, lads. Will flop well. Flops a lot better than the rest of them. Check. Imagine Gerardo's going to check back on this board as well. Not a whole lot going on. Pretty brick turn. I mean, the only player that really should have a 2 here for the most part is probably more so Hadi than anyone else. We can have some ace-2 suited outside of that, but that's about it, I would say. I do expect Hadi to lead this turn. Does. You get the fold there from the hijack, Gerardo. The fold from Abby. Okay, guys, I think we just got word there that this hand, hand 99, will be the final hand of the stream. Well, we have the chip counts here. Still, as always, Hadi and Sylvan. Sylvan are top 2. Abby and HD 3rd and 4th. Christian, Stefan, and Gerardo 5th, 6th, and 7th. Huge chip lead for Hadi and Sylvan at the moment. Rest all sub 30. Nobody below that 15 big blind mark. But as I said, as far as I know, this will be the last hand of the stream, guys. We will be back tomorrow at 2:30 Central European time. Waiting for double clarification here. There's one more hand. I believe there is. Yeah, I'm going to be looking forward to hitting the hay. King. But yeah, we will be back 2:30 Central European time tomorrow, guys. Put the pen down to the winner. Waiting here, guys.
Because here you have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 million the wide, only here, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, this will be the last hand here, guys. So
Yeah, something like this, yeah, and do this, plus 15, 16, 17.
I'll be hitting the hay for sure. Christian gets out of the way. Gerardo probably going to be folding 2. Stefan as well. Probably going to be opening here in the cutoff, I would imagine. I'll be on the button here with an ace-5 suited. I'm just kind of thinking some of these guys might just become a little bit more passive, given that this is the last hand. There's always going to be oh, he just decided, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. There's always going to be some form of a call or a 3-bet. But Abby just decides to get out of the way. Hadi, on the other hand, might not be so lenient. This pass, which I think is fair enough. Sylvan, though, will not be folding this. Defending. Can't imagine anyone was going to let their big blind go too easily towards the end of this, to be fair. Whoever was going to be in the big blind. Well, that's a piece for both players. I think having the Jack of Diamonds here is nice for Sylvan. Means he can probably raise more often. But obviously calling here is going to be completely fine. What happens? Thing on the turn. Probably going to end up going check here, I would say. It does. I imagine Sylvan is going to bet this river. I think something around 5 to 600k here is good. Probably wouldn't go any bigger than that. Gonna be relatively weak range here from HD when he does check back the turn, so don't want to go too big, I guess. He is fairly reaching for quite a few chips he's reaching for there. It looks like a milli. 1.1. This is not really a spot where you want to like lose a million chips here before we finish up, but and he does call. Jesus. That's gonna keep me up at night. I was going to bed now tonight, man. I made that call. That would be not my preference, that's for sure. But yeah, guys, I think we're going to leave it at that for tonight. We will be back on tomorrow at 2:30 Central European time. So I will be back on then, and I will catch you guys for that stream. All right, so we're back on at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon, guys. 10 down to the winner, and we'll catch you guys then. Thanks so much for tuning in, and I'll catch you then. GG.